All right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and get it out of the way. Do your things, chat. I'll play the waiting game. Hold, you're holding. Are you actually gonna hold? Are you actually gonna hold? I knew it.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Yeah. And it's from a mod. It's from a mod and a founder. Wow. Wow. Wow, my dude. Get the gooning out of the way? No, I said go ahead and get it out of the way. I didn't say gooning. I know I didn't say that. Oh my god. Ordain! Good lord, sir. Good lord. Yeah, founder mod, obviously. Founder mod. Hardtack attack. Oh, did I miss the hardtack? I think it was just thrown in there randomly and I totally missed it. But how are you doing, chat? How was your weekend? Did you burn anything down? Did you set anything ablaze? Did you do any sort of industrial sabotage? Did you fight your boss at work when he made you work on a Saturday? Oh my fucking god, beef. All right, I'm sending that to Anna. Excuse me, I need to go. All right, that's now in Anna's inbox. Now that's a combo. Wait, what? Wait. Somebody did hit a combo. It was Woozer with the 165. Jeez, Carrie with 40. Wait, Carrie, what happened to your 45? What happened? Jackie with 15. Trajan with 3. Penguin with 3. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hate Twitch for that. Which part? Losing the streak? Smile. Even though I was here, that's insane. Animals know I'm cringe. Let's see. Oh, nope. Let's see. We'll just wait and see if she answers at some point. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, chat, I'm sorry for the late arrival. I left the gym, my usual time, to go to the grocery store and then come home with lunch. But basically on the main road outside the grocery store, a tour bus had crashed. You know, like one of those really tall, usually really decorative buses. It had crashed diagonal on a 4-lane road. So it was literally covering the entire road. So police were there fucking blocking the entire thing. So I had to take the dumbest, most roundabout way out of there. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I could have just gone out the other exit. God, I'm a fucking idiot. I was heading the one exit that connected to that road. And then there was another road on the other side that I could have gone down. And I'm like, fuck, that would have shaved off 20 minutes, dude. 20 minutes. Roundabout? There is exactly a single roundabout in my city, and people are too stupid to use it right. I could not tell you how many people use the roundabout in this city like it's a four fucking intersection. They will come up to the yield line and then just stop. It's not even tourist. It's not even tourist. These are locals. These are locals. Bully Man for incomplete Vods. I thought they were on there. I legitimately did. I also just kind of realized I think the uploads for Bloodlines 1 go 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. I don't think 4 or 1 is on there. Ooh. Us Yanks do not understand circles. They're not even complicated. They're even more efficient and easier to use than a fucking 4-turn intersection. People don't even know how to fucking use that. Oh my god, when was it? So I didn't get to go out to eat Saturday because I didn't have any money. But then Angel was really nice and donated to the Ko-fi. So I went out Sunday night to eat. And I'm driving there. I get to a 4-lane intersection. I'm coming over a bridge. And I'm in one section. There's a car in front of me. There is a lifted to shit white pickup truck on the street on my right at the stop sign. He stops. The car in front of me goes. The car on the left goes. Step inside, step inside. And mind you, and then the car across the street from me goes, because I'm not moving. I'm like, it's right away. That white truck needs to go. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, he's just nothing. I can't see inside. It's fucking pitch black because it's tinted that dark. Souped up, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, go, go, waving my hands, go. And the motherfucker just sits there. He doesn't inch forward. He doesn't move. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. You sat here long enough. And then I went. And the second I crossed, he makes a right turn immediately onto my road, and then another right turn to the parking lot. I'm like, okay, so you weren't like a parked car or some shit. What the fuck is this? What? I don't know. People here do not know like right of way, even though it's literally taught in the driving handbook. The car on the right has the right of way. It is the car on your right goes, you go. The car on your left then goes. Basically, if there is a car that got to the intersection before you, and it is on your right, it goes before you go. You move after it. But here in Texas, people are fucking stupid and like to do the okay, if I can go, then the car in front of me can go as long as I'm not turning left. So like it'll be like your lane and the one directly across from you will keep going at the same time. They'll just keep trying to go at the same time until one motherfucker needs to turn left and then screws up that whole vibe too. Carrie lost a sub. Oh no. They deserve traffic dodecahedrons. How big would a traffic dodecahedron be? Isn't that basically just DFW? There's an arcade in Texas. I know it. There's a lot of arcades in Texas. That does not narrow it down. Bro, my state will give you a driver's license for a half-eaten pub sub and a handful of raspberries? Yeah. I understand I'll come at the same time as the person on my right will turn left, and instead of them letting me go, the person behind the left turner just drive. What the fuck? Yeah, TLDR, Americans don't know how to drive, my dude. They don't. They do the test like once, and I'm sure there's most people who just like either flunk out and give up and then drive anyway. I have known too many Texans that were proud that they were driving a car at like 14. Not even joking. People driving around at like 14 and 15, no license, no nothing. And I'm like, yeah, that's illegal, my dude. And really dangerous. I know 14-year-olds that aren't even tall enough to sit in the chair and reach the pedals and the steering wheel at the same time. You killed my father. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Maybe you'll take yearly driver's checks in tests. I don't think you need yearly, like maybe 5 years, maybe every 10 years. Regardless, there needs to be some kind of check. Like, it could even just be a written test. Please, for the love of God, make people relearn the laws of driving. It drives me insane. Everybody's like, I swear to God, it's like it feels like one of those Family Guy skits. Like the one that's like, how much turn signal I need to cut across 10-lane highway? None? Good luck, everybody else. Just absolutely careens across the highway. Yearly after the age of 60? I can see that. Maybe 4 years. Maybe 4 years though, because yearly is lots. That's like really frequent. Every 3, that's an easy way. 3 wouldn't be bad. Yeah, 3 wouldn't be bad. But it's, I mean, I swear to God, man, nobody knows how to fucking drive. The more drivers I see, the less I fear self-driving cars. The thing is, the people that are running self-driving cars aren't a bad thing in and of themselves. It's the people that are running them and the systems that we already know that they want to implement. Again, though, my guy, there's an alternative to cars. Public transportation. Having a robust and strong public transportation completely negates the necessity of fucking cars. If you have a good system, You can get anywhere locally you want to be and then go to any other urban hub that you want to get to. Like, it's not complicated. This is why motorcyclists take rear view window mirrors. Yeah. Yeah. Highest insurance premiums in Ontario, my province, because no one here can drive the correct way. Yeah. Trains, trams, buses, and then way down the line is cars. Yeah. Yeah. And you've probably heard me at different points bitch about things like urban gondolas or monorails and stuff like that. Those are still above cars. Those are still above cars. Evaporate overnight if they become too popular. Fuck that. Also make walkable cities, yes. The combination of good public transit and walkable cities is the peak of human living currently in the modern era. Not really existing out here, a nightmare when I was in Atlanta. Yeah. It's okay. It's because almost all public transit in the United States is fucking the analogy I use is that Eric and Andre skit kind of where they're like he like shoots the dude and he's like, why would he say that? Or some shit like that. But it's the same thing with public transit funds when it comes to like major urban centers, even federal level decisions. They always pull some shit that's like, all right, guys, we're going to make a better, more robust public transit across our state or across the country or blah, 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 blah. And then over time, they just repeatedly keep shooting the program in the legs. And then by the time they're done with it, it's now just like, oh, this isn't worth the time and effort. It's not going to be, we're just not going to do it. Never mind. Or worse, if you're California. All right, guys, we're going to build a robust high-speed rail system all across California. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, the boring company wants to come in and build it underground? Oh, and make a vacuum tube that's never been tested or understood? Okay, yeah, we'll give them the entire transportation budget for that. It didn't work. It'll never work. It took less than a year to know that. Elon Musk just wanted to take California's money and run. And now, do you know what the Hyperloop that was supposed to be built in, I believe it was Vegas, is used for? Teslas. It's Teslas. It's now they paved the bottom of it, and now Teslas just drive up and down it. It gets worse too. It's not even good. It's not even a good like premium taxi service because they're not self-driving. They have drivers in the cars and it's only one way. So if one person is coming from another location to like, if they're going from 1 to 2 and someone wants to go from 2 to 1, they can't. They have to wait for the person to get all the way to 2 and park before they can go into the tunnel. Oh yeah, it's called the downgrade effect. If you ever see your city that starts planning things that's like, we're going to make a train system. Okay, maybe we'll make like a light rail system. Okay, how about we make like protected bus lanes? Oh, but that infringes on cars and stuff. Okay, well then we'll just do just a bus. It's the JTB, just a bus phenomenon, where effectively almost every transportation upgrade that a major city in the United States tries will often get lobbied or yelled down or budget restricted to the point where it goes from being a train system to a light rail to a protected bus system to just a bus. All right, guys, I guess we'll just get like a couple new buses and go ahead and add it to the bus station. Even though nobody's really using it because it constantly gets stuck in traffic. And it has and always has to get basically through all of the worst intersections, you know, as cars do, instead of, you know, making a singular protected lane in the middle. That means that you can, what's the word? Not emphasize, incentivize, that's the word. Incentivize the use of public transportation. It had a better name before. Wait, which one? Which thing? Making shitty bus routes? Oh, 100%. Tech millionaires reinvented public transit. Is it a day that ends in Y? How many times can you watch a billionaire remake a fucking train in the worst way imaginable? Okay, who remembers the gyroscopic monocar? We watched it on stream, I think at least once, maybe twice. So anybody who wasn't here, hi Pippin, thank you for the self-care. Did my sound alerts go off? Nico Platinum, I'm sorry I missed your follow 10 minutes ago. Jesus, welcome in. Piccolo Expressway. Okay, for anybody who doesn't know what this is, it is a, of course, billionaire venture capital funded company in Germany. Pretty sure it was Germany. That effectively wants to use old discontinued train rails to put what are, quote, automated gyroscopic monocars. Basically, they're making tiny pods that go on a single rail that you can call on your phone to come pick you up at a unused train station. And they're very slow because, again, they're on a gyroscope. So to stay upright, they can't go very fast. I think it was like something like 15 miles an hour or something was like their top speed. And again, mind you, the entire gist was that it could fit at most 2 people. 2 people. Which is dumb as fuck. Correct. The thing is, though, monorails aren't the worst. There is an issue with monorails. If you see China uses a lot of monorails, but that's because their cities are so... Most of it is above ground and has like goes really high or is built on top of each other years upon years. So having the necessary elevated platform that a monorail needs, because that is what it needs, a monorail has to be raised off the ground. Then it's useful there. But in most cities, it's much easier to build a subway or a on-level train system. Oh, the thing is, okay, I wish so badly we would take notes from them. And where's Ordain, front and center. I need the boys from the Netherlands. Is Ordain dead? There he is. I'm proud of you, Ordain. Well, can you ever not be confused? Can you ever not be confused for a minute? The Netherlands with their robust bike infrastructure, train infrastructure. Oh, I closed my tracking app by accident because I swung my finger across the phone screen by accident. Okay, so having those things, Japan, China, etc., the most annoying thing that people do when it comes to being like, wow, these countries have amazing transportation networks. It's wonderful. It doesn't rely on a car. Motherfucking carboos. I don't know what else to call them. Car weirdos or shit like that will always be like, oh, but the United States is so much bigger. It would never work. Motherfucker, we're the richest country. Steeraboos, Christ. We're the largest fucking, not the largest, we're the richest country on the fucking planet. We can make it work. Doing something is better than nothing. I'm biffing on typing. It's fine. Train line into a monorail can be fine, in my opinion, but this tech pros, you can't, hold on. So the thing is it's not a monorail by regular conventions. You cannot repurpose a train line into a monorail. Those are 2 almost completely different technologies, weirdly enough. They just look the same. You don't put a monorail on train tracks. But this monorail thing is essentially a single train rail where they would be going in 2 different directions on the same train tracks, where they're balancing on a single rail. Train racks, yes, train racks. You could look that up. I know an artist who does like the personified trains. They're very good at it. Oh yeah, the US had good trains in like the fucking Wild West era when they were building it and throwing Chinese people into caves and blowing them up. Is it voiced by either Mickey or Goofy? I'm not fucking writing it. I mean, that's fair. I want to ride an actually decent train once in my life. To this day, the best train I've ever ridden is the New York subway. And that's not saying much. That's really not saying much. Ain't that right, Hectic? Ain't that right? It's sad to say the best subway system in the United States is New York City. And it is genuinely, by like subway standards, kind of shit. Oh, I went on a bunch of them, but I could not tell you the line names anymore. That was in like 2017, 2016, something like that. Planes basically killed the train system. No, cars killed the train system and the bus system. It was not planes. It was not planes. Hey, you want to hear my hot take about the flight industry? The modern flight industry is the biggest waste of money in fucking existence, and should absolutely be state owned. The government should own the fucking aeronautical industry. It's a necessity. It's necessary transportation. It should be owned by the state. Fuck you. Especially considering these fucking companies constantly need bailouts every 5 fucking years. Ass. Every single one of them. American Airlines. Piss. Fucking Delta. Garbage. Don't even think back on Pan Am. Who the fuck remembers Pan Am? Anyone? Anyone? Piping hot take, I agree with you. Fuck them. Fuck them. Pan Am? No, not that one. Pan Am Air. No, not from Cyberpunk, you fucking degenerates. Okay, every single one of you shut up about Pan Am on Cyberpunk. No, Pan Am was one of the largest flight companies before the 90s. Pretty sure it's before the 90s. It was a home fucking name, and it went bankrupt. Because they do what almost every single flight industry has done thus far, and they overstretch. They bloat, they bloat, they bloat, they build more planes, they build more planes, they build more planes, they buy more terminals, they build more terminals, they do all of this, and then it falls flat. Because they have one bad season, I say like one holiday season that just isn't quite what was expected, and they crash. They just done. And then the US government has to fucking you can go sit in your corner, Mara. You can go sit in your corner. They imitate Boeing's basics. It's not even Boeing's basics. Boeing is usually the one that is making the what's the word? It is like making the planes. I meant the crashing. Oh, I got you. I got you. Okay. Shot point blank? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Any further questions? Any further questions? Instead of cash for junkers, we should cash for planes. I'm not saying planes are like totally the worst, but the thing is they've gotten away with so much. Do you know how expensive it is to fly? Being able to like be transported where you need to go in a country or basically around the globe is a service, a necessary service. And yet flight companies are perfectly capable and allowed to gouge whatever prices they want. I don't want to take a 30-minute drive. I'd rather take my jet. I'll gun you down in the fucking tar mats. Taylor Swift. And bring back Zeppelins? No, because Zeppelins were extremely unsafe and extremely impractical. That's not, like, even if you ignore the Hindenburg, almost every single Zeppelin that existed did not get retired. It was destroyed. As in, almost every single one of them basically crashed out of existence. Except for, like, I think it was the US military one that was basically an aircraft carrier. Wasn't the Lincoln. Hold on, what was it? What was the USS Zeppelin called? Was it really just the USS Zeppelin? No, that's the passenger airliner. Yeah, it was originally the SS Zeppelin in Germany, and then it became the USS Zeppelin later. But no, that's not what I wanted. Zeppelin aircraft carrier. No. No. There it is. Akron and Macron. Yeah, the Akron. The Akron and the Macron were effectively two aircraft carriers that were Zeppelins. However, they were. The best way to describe them is totally fucking useless, because in every single military simulation they were in, they were effectively destroyed within the first 45 minutes of every engagement. Mind you, this was a simulation situation. They were spotted and gunned down within 45 minutes of every single military simulation. And the only way that they could figure out to like make them useful was to, instead of using them as like a main fighting force or among the fleets, was to use them as scouting vehicles. Is they would send the Macron and the Akron like leagues ahead of the fleets and would have their planes fly out in basically just repeating loops, scouting way ahead of the Zeppelin so that they could use scouting reports for it. How am I supposed to have two-fisted hard-boiled Pope action fights unless it's atop a Zeppelin? Shut the fuck up. USS Zeppelining. All right, somebody shoot carrying. To hear Alpazor, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. ISR drones before drones. Edie? Yes, Grins. What can I do for you? Saying the Goodyear Zeppelin was engaging the Iranian Navy sure was a headline. Wait, what? What? Wasn't that an Onion thing? Please tell me that's an Onion thing. Ron, oh no. Oh no, what is this? Based on recent tracking data, a Goodyear airship has been operating in the Middle East, specifically conducting flights near the Gulf of Oman and Fujairah, south of Iran, on February 2026? Huh? What? That's a picture of the flight tracker. That's crazy. That's hilarious. Goodyear Zeppelin. No, the blimp and the Zeppelin are the same thing. Blimp and Zeppelins are basically the same thing. Actually, aren't blimps soft and Zeppelins are hard shell? I know Zeppelins were hard shell for sure, but are blimps soft? Anybody know? Anybody know? Not, I think, okay, it's definitely a Goodyear blimp. I don't think it technically, oh, it is technically a Zeppelin. Semi-rigid airship, technically a Zeppelin. Huh. As an aerial ambassador and for high-definition aerial coverage of major sporting events. Currently, there are 3 active blimps in the United States: Ohio, California, and Florida. Featuring high-tech cameras, semi-rigid frames, and advanced engines that enable flying at speeds of up to 73 miles per hour. Wow, that's actually a lot faster than I thought it could go. They're so goofy. I think the Goodyear blimp is the only blimp I have seen in the past, like, 30 years. Never in my life have I seen any other kind of blimp. Being the blimp captain? Oh, for sure. Just like there's kids that have dreams of being the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile driver, which you can rent, by the way. Chat, you can rent the Oscar Mayer Wiener car. It's expensive, but you can rent it. Are named after those. They're not named after those states. No. That's where they are. That's where they are in the US, because they're usually used for sporting events. It didn't work well, but yeah, because their blimps and Zeppelins are not good vehicles. They're basically novelties. Chat, rent the Glizzy-mobile and advertise Marin. Oh God, there's probably like, knowing Oscar Mayer, there's probably like clauses in the requirement that's like, nope, if you're driving this car, you can't advertise anything else. Marin becoming a Zeppelin captain? Listen, it would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? It would be pretty cool. And the Planters snowmobile and drag. Ooh. Ooh. You may be onto something. Go Gliz or swear to fucking God. We should totally bring them back. Also, novelty is basically a lot of things now. True. True. But I'm never getting on a fucking Zeppelin airliner. Not a chance in hell. You're more likely to crash that bits and die in a flaming mess than you are to make it to your location. But I think the Macon got destroyed some point in battle, and I'm pretty sure the Akron got disassembled during World War II for its metal, because I think it was made out of aluminum. I don't remember now. I don't remember what they were made out of. I want to say it was aluminum, but I do know one of them was destroyed, and then one of them was like recycled for World War II. Well, of course, but you would be the target customer. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Do what the Germans did. Put all your wealthiest people into a blimp and crash it into the ocean. I wonder if there's a no sex in the Wienermobile clause. That's a good question. That feels like something that could have happened. Could have happened. I said the Hindenburg blowing up didn't teach us anything and blimps are still out there? Barely. Okay, Jackie, you're forgetting the facts. When the Hindenburg was around and the Hindenburg disaster started, blimps were prevalent. You know that the Hindenburg was made by Nazi Germany and was owned by Nazi Germany, and they were being used to fly across Atlantic. There's not a no sex in the Wienermobile clause. There's a cleaning fee that increases if human liquid other than sweat is found. Oh. I didn't know that part. Yeah, so the hype of, you know why it's called a Zeppelin, right? It's because the guy who made him's last name was Zeppelin. I'm pretty sure. Or something similar to Zeppelin. Hold on, I'm going to look that up. I'm going to double check that. Yeah, Ferdinand von Zeppelin. Ferdinand von Zeppelin. I know it was von, I'm pretty sure it was von Zeppelin. And I was like, what was his first name? Actual fact checking. I try to fact check myself. If I'm not confident in the answer, then I double check it. Akron's, it was the deadliest pre-World War II aerial crash. Not surprised. It shows up in America. It's, you know it's a real thing, right? I also remember, if I remember correctly, most of these Zeppelins flying from Germany at the time literally flew with a Nazi Germany flag on its tail fin, including, I'm pretty sure, the Hindenburg. Let me double check. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's a landed picture of it. I'll bring the screen down in just a second to show you, chat. Yoink, yoink, yoink. There you go, kids. Say hi to the Hindenburg. Just in case you forget the time period this was. This is technically pre-World War II Nazi Germany. Been confidently wrong? How often has that happened? I mean, I usually correct myself. I either correct myself or somebody tells me that I'm wrong. And then there's fucking Mara. Welcome back, Mara. Fucking Yoinky Splinky. I'm sure you've seen it before. I'm sure most people have seen this picture before because this is one of the best pictures of the full length of a Zeppelin. And you can actually see, it's kind of hard to see on stream, but those rings, you can kind of see the three dark ones there. Those are the Olympic rings because Nazi Germany hosted the Olympics in this decade. 42 was not 42. Was it 32? I forget. It was 32, right? 36? Okay, thank you. At least I was on the right 4-year intervals. Yeah, I'm gonna put that shit away. I'm gonna put that shit away. Hmm. Do people just naturally see pictures of Zeppelins? If I remember correctly, in my history class, at least one textbook had a picture of a Zeppelin in it. I can't remember if it was that picture or if it was the famous picture of the Hindenburg exploding. Wonder Weapons resulted in some of the dumbest shit imaginable. Oh god, don't even get me started on the fucking like ancient aliens people and thinking that like the Bell invention actually got finished. So there's some like alien fanaticists out there to this day that think that UFOs are actually Nazis. Because like the Wonder Works basically had an invention that was supposed to be like an anti-gravity bell shaped thing that really kind of just looks like the stereotypical UFO of like the mid or to late 1900s. Yeah, so we didn't have history classes? What? What do you mean you didn't have history classes in Britain? Well, I suppose they don't want to know how bad of the baddest stuff that you were doing, just like the United States. Maybe I don't remember the name at all. The match or the lighter? You'd be surprised in the answer. In that case, I'm gonna guess it's the lighter. The 1900s? Yeah. 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 Fantasists? Which are aliens instead of fantasists who believe in aliens? What? Fantasists? Are those the people that like Fanta? The most history we got was World War II being the topic for an English class. Sunstar, how much history have you learned here? How much history have you learned here? I'm starting to think Britain never got over that little decade of shame being during the Blitz. Fanta is fascist Coke? I'd hate to tell you. Fanta is owned by the Coke company. Isn't it? It's either Coke or Pepsi. I'm pretty sure it's Coke. Now I'm not sure. Now I'm not sure. Yeah, that is just Coke. I don't like any of their drinks. You'd be surprised what drinks are owned by the Coke company. It's a lot. It's a fucking lot. A lot of juice companies are even owned. Then there's Nestle. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of juice companies are even owned by the Coke company. Surge that hasn't been... Are you saying you have a Surge can? You have an unopened Surge can? Dr. Pepper, is it down entirely weirdly? All right, Kafka, one more time. Try that one more time. It's Coke. Fanta's brand sprung up when they went to war and the German branch was left to its own devices. Yes, Fanta was a German brand, if I remember right. And they were cut off basically during World War II, so they made their own fruit sodas. Fruit-ish. Don't you love your company ownership? Backlink. Oh, yeah, I got you on Backlink. Never mind. I got it. You've never drank bottled water? Yeah, bottled water is often owned by Nestle. A lot of bottled water brands. Nestle is also the company that constantly lobbies against making water a human right. Coca-Cola also constantly buys up water rights in small, basically almost not deserted, but very slim populated villages across the global south in order to suck up all their water and resell it to them in their Coke products. Many of those towns, it's much more cheaper to buy a bottle of Coke than it is to buy a bottle of water, of which is also sold by the Coke company in the town. Dasani is designed to dehydrate you. Isn't Dasani also owned by the Coke company? Isn't it? Dasani is the Coke water brand, isn't it? Okay, I am remembering these right. That's good. The word soda companies is very unhinged because at one point PepsiCo had its own standing navy. Well, yeah, but PepsiCo was buying decommissioned surplus Soviet naval gear. There was another thing though. It was there, also fun fact chat. Did you know the CEO of the Coke company was president of Mexico? Did you know that? Excuse me? Yeah, hold on. Give me just a second. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Is this right? Is this him? Vincent Fox, is that right? Is it Vincent Fox? He was governor from 95 to 99. Either Jones or Boylan's. I keep getting Vincent Fox. Hold on a second. What was that office from? Oh, that's governor. So governor was 95 to 99. President, the 62nd president of Mexico, was from 2000 to 2006. Co-president of Centrist Democrat International. Yeah, there it is. Joined in 1964 as a route supervisor and rose to become the president and CEO of Coca-Cola Mexico. Joy. But the thing is, too, Prey, with Pepsi owning those, they were decommissioned. They had no weapons. There was no actual weapon systems and stuff in them anymore. I feel the same about Aquafina shitwater, too. I agree. I agree. Sunset Sarsaparilla from Jones fucking Hits. Does it? I've never had it. Also, hi, Hollow. How are you doing? Yes, Retain. What can I do for you? Did you need my attention with the hardtack? Pretty appropriate. Listen, it's a good song. Okay, it's a good song. 10. I'm guessing that's 10 push-ups. All right. So they sailed straight to... Yes, exactly. Exactly. People like to make the joke that Pepsi had a military or continues to have a military, except... No, they didn't. They didn't even have a military that lasted a year. You want to know who did have a military and kind of who does? Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola still owns and operates death squads in Mexico. Coca-Cola has still been linked to and proven to be connected to the murder of unionizers and union groups. Doritos? Oh, the like Mexican soda ones? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Doritos is owned by Novamex, a large independent bottling distribution company based in El Paso. Founded in Mexico in 1950, the brand is still Mexican-owned, with Novamex handling its extensive international distribution and marketing. What is Novamex? What else does your lineup include? Pure coconut water. Okay, they are almost exclusively Hispanic products. Many of these I recognize, but I don't know the names. Actually, I literally saw the coconut water and the other fruit soda at my grocery store earlier today. That's funny. All right, let me do these push-ups for Dane real quick. Has their version of a grand luncher? Coca-Cola, the Pinkertons of the soda industry? No, they're worse than the soda industry. They're worse. Soda. They put the Master Chief in the soda. All right. Wait, aren't they doing something with that again soon? Wait, was there 10 from the start? All right, hold on. Okay, so that's 20. I see Pipkins. I see Pipkins. All right. Tripping early 90s CGI crazy? Coke is the jump admin in the soda world? Yeah. Yeah. And basically just the entire business world, genuinely. It's not even a joke. If you could avoid Coke, I would avoid it. You can't be perfect at it because Jesus Christ, fucking Coca-Cola owns so much shit. All right, so I gotta do 20 push-ups. Let's do this. Come on, Jared, get out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Okay. You can just do your best. Yeah, you can only do your best. It's especially considering most of the time it's obfuscated, which is another reason it makes it really hard to boycott companies. Is because they often obfuscate who owns what and where under subsidiary, shell company. Also very evil. True. Very true. That's also the Coke, not related to the Coke family, though also very evil. Also not related to the cock movement, which I actually learned about today. Fun fact chat. The cock movement, C-A-C-H, not C, K-A-C-H, was a Israeli supremacy movement in the United States. Originally starting as, I believe it was the Israeli Defense something council or something like that, which was on paper meant to like defend elderly people in New York City from like thugs and stuff. It never did that. They basically went straight into harassing and beating up people and then planning a bombing. When they got found out, their founder left and fled to Israel, where he essentially started a political party based on Israeli supremacy, who effectively thought that, what was the word? They thought that, quote, the Arab is a cancer. How can you live next to a cancer? Anyway, the founder of that organization was assassinated in, I believe it was the 90s. And since then, they now have the Israeli Power Party, which is effectively the spiritual successor to the cock movement. So if you ever hear about that, just know. Just know. It was the guy's last name. K-A-C-H was the founder's last name. I'm pretty sure it said like cock or kosh. I don't remember for sure. I want to say it was cock. I can take it seriously with that name. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, they were a bunch of penises. Correct. It sounds like an operation name for trying to make a paralyzed person move a certain... Oh my God. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why do you do the things that you do? No. All right, I'm getting the game open just so that we have it ready. Let me do this. Let me do this. Get that third leg walking again. Hey. I got a response from Anna Beak. Oh no, it was Beef. It was Beef who said it. It's just her mega lol emotes. Keep getting topics about violent anti-Semitism being the same thing about anti-Zionism, which is insane on a lot of levels, just doesn't happen here. Being the same thing about wait, I'm confused. That just feels like weird wording. I think so. I'm pretty sure we're getting there. Like, I don't know. We may have like 1 or 2 more side missions. Not keep it walkless. Oh my God. A time where fascism won't exist. Yes. Someday, because, and I promise you this, fascism cannot exist without an enemy. Fascism will always find an enemy to target, a other to fight against, because without a target, it has nothing to actually stand on. It has no principles. It has no morals. And the human race can only take so much beating before they decide enough is enough. I'd hate to say it, and I sound like an optimist saying it. What was that old saying that was I'm trying to remember the thing. It basically boils down to it's either going to be socialism or barbarism. And I'm telling you, we're already at barbarism. So it's only uphill from here, probably. Eventually. I am going to stay on my positivity hill of socialism is inevitable eventually. Eventually. Humanity will understand that letting the ultra wealthy or I'm going to call them the mentally unwell because nobody gets that much money, thinks they earn it, and does not have some kind of mental derangement. I've been outed to the fallen angel bartender. Clown. Same as? Ugh. That's because that's what, and this is going to sound fucking conspiratorial, and I'm not even joking because this has been the Zionist movement's plan forever. They conflate anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism because it's one of the few tactics that they've always had. They play the victim card. They say fucking blaming blah, blaming Israel in this case is anti-Semitic, even though it's anti-Zionist because it's a Zionist project. It's not really a Jewish project. Not if Dems decide to keep being the Republican light party. Ugh. It's not about the thing is, MP, don't rely on the Democrats, especially when most of their leadership, and themselves included, are just fucking dynasty politicians. They're not the ones to rely on. It's the other people. It's CPUSA, socialist groups, the Working Families Party, these other groups that have been working for decades to worm their way back into the political atmosphere post, of course, Red Scare. Oh, Jesus. All right. Let me get y'all a game. Come on, load, damn you. We'll do pairs. Let me see. Do I have... Okay, there we go. Folded like, correct. That's why I don't fucking trust the Democrats. Fuck them, dude. They're not going to be the people to save us. It's going to be other people. The Democrats are just as fucking, what's the word? Complacent as the fascistic right. And yeah, circa 2024, I'm not even joking. They don't care about the people beneath them. Most of them, I wouldn't even see them as people. They see them probably either as like slaves or taxpayers, God forbid. Anytime I hear politicians say that they care about taxpayers, I'm like, who the fuck are you, dude? Is that joke from Sunny Philadelphia? Oh, which one? I haven't watched the show, so I don't know all of them. I only know like ones that got really popular as memes. Yes, they do suck. They all suck. Anybody who has wormed its way into the establishment of the United States and sees themselves tied as a core compatriot to the system needs to burn. Like, complacency in war crimes is very much a war crime. The one where they talk about who to vote for and it's the same description of ass fucking. Listen, I told you what my parents told me when I was a kid, right? When I asked them what the difference between Democrats and Republicans were. Sweep through and have a chance of winning elections on a national level. Hell, even Mamdani's having to deal with shit from the Dems and he's a shoo-in. Oh, 100%. Like Mamdani is a good example of what a politician can and should be. I will wait for the ad break to end and then I'll tell people because they'll probably find it funny too. We got 30 more seconds. We'll do one more round. 10 points, Sunstar. Jesus. Yeah, y'all, and it's a big club and none of y'all are in it. And it always has been. It always has been. It's the thing I say about like Europe was also fucking colonized. Do you know how many indigenous people were lost? Basically from like Rome till present. Britain is a colonized country. The Celts were effectively wiped out and forced to assimilate. The Moors, etc., etc., etc. No, Jay. No, we can't. Because I'm still suspicious about you asking me not to do it with any music. Because I'm suspicious you're going to record it. And that was before Citizens United? Yeah. The US is not a country. The US is a business. It acts like a business. They hired the world's worst businessman to run it. And now he's running it into the ground, like every one of his other businesses. You know what? You know one of the businesses I forgot that Trump had recently that I relearned like 2 days ago? Trump Air. Speaking of, we were talking about airlines before. Trump Air was an airline that didn't even last a year. Taxes is just rent payments to surf the federal government's couch? Yes. Yeah. In a country where taxes are not going anywhere towards a thing that benefits the people in any sort of way and just goes to either the war machine or seemingly politicians' pockets, it's basically financial tyranny. Just be the cyberpunk intro stylized. I have said it a few times before, the good morning night city. Good morning night city. United States of Trump steaks. Yeah. Trump steaks also did not last. I think it lasted like 6 months because they were too expensive. The cheapest Trump steak was like $200. Or subsidies for corporations? Absolutely. We should not be subsidizing companies as much as we should. We should raise the federal minimum wage. It's still a thing. It's the thing is it's not a thing in terms of being like an actual phone plan. And people have already tracked, yes, of a made in China phone. Correct. Exactly, Jackie. People tracked down exactly where it was being made to. It is a novelty phone factory that will basically make like Android phones and then decorate them any way that you want them. You can like order them customed. And that's what the Trump phone is. Implement a maximum of wage with no loopholes? Yes. Raise the minimum wage and put a cap on certain wages. If you make more than $50 million in a year, $20 million in a year, you're getting taxed at 100%, buddy. You're getting taxed at 100%. You are also not allowed to have assets outside of the country that you are a citizen of. I don't care. If you want to have a bank account in another country, you got to be a citizen. You got to be a citizen of that place. Tired of not owning anything? Exactly. Exactly. Buying all of my media physical and making it digital to stream it myself? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Then politicians don't get to cry, but are many? I don't give a shit. I already think politicians are overpaid. Okay. You know what politicians like American politicians if we kept a similar on-off system? In the case that there's like a lot of time away and a lot of time on Capitol Hill, those motherfuckers are living in dorms. I'm not even joking. Cut their salary down to what is effectively the median of a US citizen's salary, and they are living in dorms when they are on Capitol Hill. I don't care. I don't care. They are a public servant, and these motherfuckers are galomping around, taking money left, right, and center. When the Dark Carnival streaming services, when I have a home server and can put as much physical media onto that server as I can. Oh, reckoning company people prosecuted, but Dems don't do shit. The Dems aren't going to do it. I promise you. And I'm going to keep saying that. The Democrats are not going to save you. The Democrats would never even save themselves because they're in it to funnel money to themselves and their donors. It's not even a joke. There's no real opposition party. Find your local Communist Party, Working Families Party, or anything in between and join them and help them. Find a party that cares. The real Mountain frame. Listen, it's gonna be expensive at this rate. We're gonna wait for that AI bubble to pop and for that secondhand market to get flooded with all that sweet RAM and shit, and then we'll consider making a server. I'll be real disappointed. The Mountain Flame. The Mountain Flame. Step inside. I wonder if I could get my buddy Wiggles to copy over all of his data that he has for his media server that I use on Plex. Because if I do that, then I can give access to the mods, and they could also run movie nights in the Discord. If you trust a government that was willing to bomb their own city to initiate a war with another country, then you need to rethink who you trust. Correct. What's the Wendigoon? Also, Cobalt Tiger, thank you for the follow. What's that one line from Wendigoon? If you don't think your government would do that, yes, they would. They have bombed their own citizens and people, gunned down their own citizens at different points, attacked their own workers who were effectively striking for better wages and better mediums so that they weren't fucking dying in the mines. They sent the National Guard to go and gun those people down. Battle of Blair Mountain and dozens of others, not even a one-time situation. They have poisoned intentionally, not just the, say, African Americans of the United States with like the Tuskegee experiments and stuff, where they injected them with syphilis and shit. They literally dropped poison gas on San Francisco to see what would happen. Ruby Ridge, a massive overstep. Edward Snowden's reveal. What was another one I remember recently? Shit, I had one, but now I forgot it. What was it? You would unironically do the download more RAM? What the heck? Snowden. Snowden was the whistleblower in 2010 who basically called out the government's plan to do complete and total mass surveillance on every single citizen. Oh, this is still the US. This is still the US. Not to mention the establishment of the U.S. required basically almost the complete eradication of Native Americans and the theft of all of their lands. If you want my full unbridled opinion, the United States does not have a right to exist. The United States should not exist. At all. At all. Oh, yeah, 100%. Well, most Western countries. I covered most of Western countries. Oh yeah, he lives in Russia, beef. He's been in Russia ever since. Yeah. Damn it, I'm trying to remember the other thing. I had another thing in the middle of all of those thoughts. Now I forgot it. If the US didn't exist or collapsed, China, Norway, Japan, a small tropical island where I could fish all day. Antarctica. Listen, that'd be kind of fun. It would be kind of cool to live near Antarctica. That's not the point, Lone Wolf. It's the fact that they're trying to do better. And it's genuinely better than the United States right now. The thing is no country is perfect, Lone Wolf. To be like, okay, then what country would you go to if the United States didn't exist? No country is perfect. No country gets it right every single time. Yes, there's mistakes, but there are countries that have gotten better and are doing better. I'm bunking with Ordain. Listen, Ordain's not a bad option. All right, Ordain, we're all going to be living on your couch now. It's not even just their PR. Lone Wolf, I'm going to sit down with you. Hold on. We're going to have this talk. This is to everybody in chat. How many of you think that there is a Uyghur genocide? And if you don't, that's not a slur. That's how you say it. It's the Uyghur Muslims of Western China. Okay, don't say Japan. Japan is currently having a resurgence of anti-foreigner sentiment with heavy racism involved in it. No, it's spelled, here, let me type it out. It's Uyghur. It's like that, but you say it Uyghur. They are basically a Muslim ethnicity in Western China. They have an autonomous zone on the other side of the desert called, I'm forgetting, Xinjiang? Is that right? Hold on, I don't remember right now. Let me double check. Xinjiang doesn't seem right, but that might be it. Uyghur Autonomous Region. I was right, it is Xinjiang. Okay, I was right. If anybody doesn't know, the United States, as well as several far-right organizations, are trying to report a thing that they claim that China is currently genociding the Uyghur population of Western China. There's a little bit of a problem with that. I want to see if anybody understands what the problem with that is. And then this is the funny problem. This is before I get into the pictures that they took, they claim are concentration camps, but are actually farms because they're fucking stupid and they're lying. Do you know what it is? I was gonna say, this is the easy part. This is how you know that it is more than likely not real and that they are bullshitting. Also, y'all are out of the box again. There we go. Since when has the United States cared about Muslims? Since when have the United States cared about Muslims being genocided? Now we care? Now we care when supposedly China is doing it? Like, are you fucking kidding me? You can't genocide a part of your own land. Also, yeah, the thing is, too, is a good portion of, I say good portion, China has about the same population percentage of Muslims as the United States, which is between 1 and 2%. 1 and 2%. Trent the Psycho, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Community wanting to argue with you? Correct. 20 hot singles? Where did you get 20 hot singles? Also, were these hot singles like taquitos or hot dogs? What are we talking here? But the States only has it for oil? Oh, the party supposedly genocide. You can't genocide a part of your own land. All right, that's a better answer. It's no, you can genocide your own lands. That's a dismissive thing. It can definitely happen. But that's not what's happening. It's not what's happening. If anybody ever looks up Xinjiang, it's here. Let me put it in chat for you. It is XINJ GING. I think that's right. That looks right. Rwanda, yeah, the Rwanda genocide. No, they're not. That's also the fucking Christians, dude, that are like, if you go to China, you're not going to be able to practice your. That's not true. That's not true at all. I think it was something like 7% of Chinese people are. No, it's less than that. I think it's like 4%, because they pull it like 93% non-religious. So it would have to be less than that. It would have to be less than that. Shenzhen? Pretty sure it's Xinjiang. I could be wrong, though. I could very much be wrong on pronunciation. Yeah, why the fuck would I want to practice the child toucher religion? But that's one of the things that the far right likes to argue is like, you go to China, you can't be a Christian over there, which is just vehemently not true. China does not ban religions. What they do ban is missionaries and proselytizing. And apparently to Christians, that's the same thing. Yeah, as you should. It's because basically China banned it initially because American evangelical organizations, again, this is why we talked about this a couple weeks ago, that evangelical organizations are in fact CIA psyops. They were paid by the CIA to send missionaries to places like China to try and undermine the government by introducing conservative talking points to these communist countries and or places that seem to be having communist movements. That's a known thing now. That's been declassified. That's not even a joke. Why do I keep lagging, dude? Why am I lagging so much? I am very delayed. Can I have some of that? Fucking high school drama? Oh, 100%. I mean, that just raises the psychological theory that not majority, but a good chunk of humanity basically never ages beyond their late teen years. They keep the same mentality. They keep the same ideologies. They constantly think they're right, all that jazz. And you know what? I 100% believe that because I have a younger brother and a dad that are exactly like that. It's only work on when Nazis say so. The rest are Democrat hoax clueless. Oh my God. Trying to tell the Vatican that the CCP wants to pick bishops and archbishops in China. Okay. That's fine. I mean, as long as they're still like adherents, I could understand if they're like, how about we work this out together? Goodness, how about we work this out together? It also doesn't help that the Catholic Church historically has also been known to undermine local governments. So, you know, thank you, Favor. I think we all have family like that. Correct. Correct. I forget. Do we have a command for it, Sunstar? Is it an exclamation mark music? There it is. That has pretty much every song. It may be missing some. Oh no, what was the other thing? I'm brain farting. Oh, nope, I lost it again. Damn it, I had a topic and I got distracted with the Spotify thing. Instead of SoundCloud. Because there's more songs and it's easier to utilize. As much as I hate fucking paying for a subscription and giving money to Spotify, it's been a little worth it for the music that we play on stream and so that I can listen to so many audiobooks. And SoundCloud isn't going to have as many like copyrighted music as Spotify does. But damn it, what was the... I had another topic. It was in the same vein, but now I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's not coming to me. I can't remember if it involved China or if it was something else. So going forward with your political hour thing you brought up earlier, political hour. What do you mean? I mean, we have been. We technically have been. Is that what you mean? It's generally because I cannot fucking not talk about politics. It's pervasive. I have a necessity to learn and know things. So I constantly have things to talk about that pertain to history, politics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't go anywhere in my mind. I have to talk about it. Oh, that's right. Oh man, I forgot. Oh, that was what I posted in Discord as like an opening for shorts if I decided I was going to make shorts on politics. I think I forgot to write it down. I don't remember what it was anymore. Oh, it was something about circus and bread and circus. I got some shit for not caring about Chuck Norris's death. I couldn't care less about Chuck Norris dying either. Tell them to grow up. Also, why do I keep freezing? Is it the game? I don't think it's the game. The Amazing Bread Circus. Shut up. Oh, what was the other thing? Cuck Norris. Nailed it. Young, innocent, go round. I'll never talk politics. Today, go round. You will learn. I will teach you to be better, to hope for a better future, to put words into action, and or at least to help you find groups that can help you do it. Cuck Norris is very fucking funny. Oh, what was the other one? Oh, it was, I saw a meme. Maybe somebody put it in the Discord. I can't remember where I saw it. Chuck Norris, what was it? Was it Chuck Norris versus gay marriage? Gay marriage won? Something like that? I can't remember where I saw it. I just find the memes funny. I've never cared for Chuck Norris. The only thing that was good and funny about Chuck Norris were the jokes, and even then, they felt very forced. After you see him like do anything, you're just kind of like, okay, I guess. I'd sooner believe jokes about Mr. T than I would Chuck Norris. Okay, it was you. Thank you, Vapor. Thank you. Okay, I knew I saw it earlier, but I couldn't remember if I saw it in my Discord or if it was in a friend's Discord. Norris and Hogan are arm wrestling. I forgot Hulk Hogan died. I forgot. Now my day's gotten a little bit brighter. Chuck Norris, the poor man's Arnold Schwarzenegger, they both got their bag, pulled up the ladder behind them, and played lip service to people who were stuck in the 80s. Yep. Are annoying to me. He never looked that tough. He never did. He didn't have like this. He never had a demeanor that felt like it earned the jokes, the like indestructible, undefeatable style of Chuck Norris jokes. I still think of the World of Warcraft Night Elf Mohawk Mr. T commercial. I was called a gay coalition making edgy hipster jokes. What? What? I like the Terminator more. That makes sense. Gave him that status for like nothing. That's what I figured. There's one HH being born in this circus and it ain't Hulk Hogan. It's hentai haven. Stop. You can't say that. Not on twitch.tv. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, I was scratching my eyes and losing tracking apparently. Why is it lagging? If you want to see like how slow it is here, chat, I'm going to turn my head to the right now. Back to the left now. 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 Ah. Why would you like this tracking? Smo?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
When you let the lags pile up, is that what it is? All right, though, kids. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get to the actual game. We think. Oh, wrong button. There we go. No more music. Bring back the game audio. We've got a game to finish today, chat, and we still have a little bit to do. Oh, thank you, Kafka. Okay, now where the fuck are we? I'm guessing we just did this. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm just double checking for other side missions. All right, we'll go to this one. Also make sure I turn up the game volume. Okay. There's also a cat over there, so... Oh. I knew it.
Here. Don't give up. It's not that bad.
Okay, at least I wasn't one of the big guys here. There was another one hiding over here. Oh, god damn it, dude. Bad touch, bad touch, bad touch. Oh, were they... Oh, were they continuously coming out because the corruption was there?
This hero thing is hard work.
Order Bird to use the G-steps and help the CCV? True. Although the CCV has been basically the same. Still to this day. I have, Oh, there's a... Hold on, there's a Jesus statue down here. Ow.
How's this?
Ow. Jesus. Ow. Oh, so that's what those do.
Okay, it's down.
Okay. Whew. Let's get these two. Remove the affliction.
You're a regular ghost hunter now.
I'm the second best streamer on Twitch, but that I'm tied with 103 others. Wait, 103? That's a interesting number. Okay. Sorry, I was checking to see if that team was. I think it was actually the Juzo statue. I think it was the Juzo statue. Oh, god damn it.
That thing's no small fry.
I do like it actually does kind of sound like a guy laughing. Come here, Chucklefuck. Get down here.
Tired itself out.
I think we got it. I think it's the first time we've gotten the core on one of those guys. Kind of the one and it's still in there. You know what? That's fair. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a bunch more souls over there. Fuck it. Oh, come on. Okay. What do we do with old merit and old mods after we get the new replacements? What do you mean new replacements? I watch more than 4 streamers, guys. So do I. Oh, god damn it. Oh, come on.
We can't just stand by and ignore this.
Agreed. Let's go.
God damn it, I can't hit her. I totally missed this way off screen.
Great. More guys.
Party crashers. They're the worst.
Newer models? Probably
That
not.
actually went pretty well.
No, it didn't.
Could have been a lot worse.
Not particularly when we lost one of the whole fucking cubes. I almost said orbs. Toy Story saying? No. We are getting very close to hitting 10K though. Which is kind of impressive.
I bet there must be a lot of accidents here.
Hey, good catch.
Not replacing the
exactly
mods?
right.
What does the mods have to do
Yeah,
with the
I rode a
ability of
motorcycle.
a... Hold on, the cat's right here.
The one you wrecked.
Wait a second. I see you back there. Okay, hold on. Oh, darn it. Here's creepy lady. Come here.
That looks like a Rokurokubi.
Jesus statue.
Where are you going? It wasn't this way.
Oh, did I lose it? Oh, there she is.
That is a long neck. Where's her body?
Aha.
Come on. We're gonna catch her.
All right, this game's over.
Yoink.
Starting to get into the mind of a yokai.
How
No,
how I
I
have
wouldn't
not
say
reached 20K? Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Is there anything else up here? Really, it was just her. Okay. Yoink. Oh, it's the hide and seek kid. Oh, hey. Oh, I did not realize that was a Tanuki. I was like, why is there drama here? Tanuki prosperity charm. That's new. Okay, hold on a second. Uh-oh. Why did I suddenly get that mission? That's not in here. Oh, maybe it's just prosperity. No, we have that. Okay, can't open the temple. Hi, Seven. How are you doing? All right, buddy. What are we doing?
Yosuke, stick around longer this time.
We were really worried.
I'm doing. Oh my god. Why are you like this? And gunned down. Damn crazy. Seven. How could you? I thought you'd been to rehab. Oh boy.
You think that kid is just really into hide and seek?
He's obsessed. Gotta be a reason. Let's find that convenience store.
Aww.
What were they
That's so
trying to
cute.
say?
That's precious. I had a chat with the fish. We made some deals. Was it the Wishmaker fish? Are we gonna get partner? No, the answer is no. Oh. I feel like something's gonna spawn here. Okay. Where is... Oh, there's another Jesus statue. Oh, it's cute.
Feels like we're surrounded, even though we're alone.
That's your instincts picking something up. There's lingering spirits around here.
There's more graffiti here. Sunstar's becoming the fish god? Maybe.
7 floors, convenience store. Must be the place.
Oh, God. Okay.
Is this the place?
Okay, then.
8 floors. But there's just 7 outside.
Oh, okay. I think I remember this mission.
Weird.
Haha. It's gonna open into like one of the waterscapes, isn't it? I feel like that's what it's gonna do. My eyes!
This must be a
Uh-oh.
special hideout.
Definitely qualifies as hard to reach.
Must have been his way of telling us about this place.
Now to track down the cause of those disappearances.
Tried to go fishing. Beat to try to go fishing. It's not fair. That's specifically why that's the one that catches it. Well, look at you. Oh, I can. Yoink. Well then.
Where am I? Mommy? Daddy?
This isn't Yosuke.
I was just playing hide and seek.
Be just pushing too much? Constantly be pushing.
Where could it be hiding?
I have a sneaking suspicion it's gonna be the really
Never find me.
shoddy shack. Hey, budding.
You found me. I knew you could do it, mister.
Hey, don't you want to go home?
I'm great. I love it here. I can play hide and seek forever.
Is that the Ghost of Tsushima? No,
Yeah.
7.
Did you actually make this place?
This is a child.
Yeah, I did. Awesome, right? And now we're really gonna play. Try and find me.
Ugh. Okay, bye.
Think we found the cause of these disappearances. And got more than we bargained for.
In that case, we'd better find him again.
Which I'm guessing he's gonna be in the trees. That's the kid we found earlier. Oh, there he is. All right, who's this guy?
With that kid. Where is he? And where am I?
Was 7-Eleven gonna get a better soda machine? It's soda. It's never gonna get much better. There it is. I was gonna say, where are you gonna let me drop my Tingo? Come here, stinker.
You did it again. Was that one too easy?
Hmm.
I'm gonna win next time.
I know what you're doing? That's so
Hey.
mean.
Kiddo, this isn't a game for us.
Wait, was that person there before?
I can't find that boy. I'm tired of this.
Okay, this is gonna be this way. It's gonna be. Hello? No, not up there. Oh, wait, there's one back there. I saw that. There he is.
This was no good either.
No idea what you're talking about?
There.
Chat, I have a question. Not a question.
Yeah?
This is more of a hypothesis. Is it okay? So we have. Let me do a quick thought here. And this is the hardest part of trying to figure out a way for us to get partner. Is because of this. So we have just short of 10,000 followers here on Twitch. Okay, just short of 10,000. We have 690 something people in the Discord server. And I'm struggling in my mind to not picture it as
No.
us kind of
Criminals
having to
typically stick
assume.
the same few hideouts. Maybe we should check where we found him before.
No, I'm gonna guess this. He's gonna be back in the house, isn't he? That those people are effectively, the best way to call it is just dead. Like, there's people that are in the Discord.
It won't open.
I remember the roof being broken. Maybe we can get in from above.
Come on, Tingu. No Tingu? All right, we'll do it the hard way.
Bet you'll never find
Over 100 viewers for the Ghost Drink stream. Well, that was because we were having our normal stream and we were much more available to raiders. And I've talked about this before. This is the worst streaming
Listen,
time
Yosuke.
on Twitch.
No more
The time
hide
I
and
am
seek.
forced to stream at now,
Gotta
between
let everyone
basically
go home
noon
now.
4, noon
Understand?
5,
Or else
is literally the
there'll
worst
be no
streaming
more
time
hide
on
and seek
Twitch.
ever.
It would be better to stream at 3 in the morning than it would be to stream now.
if I go home.
But I don't have an option. I don't have an option in stream times.
So, you don't want to go home?
No,
Oh, that's the thing is that's why I'm not saying they're like gone out of malice or
worry.
anything. It's just one of those things
gonna send
that
you somewhere
my
else.
Discord, in the case of Discord,
Somewhere
my
safer.
Discord has faded into the background.
Home.
It's people are in it. People probably use the emotes or anything like that, but they're effectively gone. They're not active participants in the community, and they likely don't come to stream that often, unless they are the VOD watchers. They could be. They could all very much be VOD watchers.
Made it.
But that's also the thing too. When you have a plethora of streamers that you like or you're a part of, is you tend to have your favorites and or you rotate around. So to a lot of those people, I may have just been like a one. I just realized the person who followed 5 minutes ago's name was Will Only Follow Bottoms. Well, Mr. Will, are you still here? Do we need to have this conversation again?
Finally leave. Thanks, mister.
The study emote, Izzy did a good job on that one.
I never want to play hide and seek again.
Okay. Need to come to the live show? It's so like I totally understand not being able to come to a stream at certain
Doing
times
okay
because
now?
again, we stream at the worst time physically possible.
Same.
I used to stream
wish he'd had
at like
a lot of
prime time evening
too
American
long.
hours and go late into the night.
good.
That was our original thing, and that's where like the first 5,000 followers came from, which is why I do miss streaming at night and on the weekends. And I loved the shit out of Friday night stream. I had such a good time. Oh God. Yeah, we'll go get that corruption. And I want to do it again, but I think what we'll do for it. Oh, there is a retribution there. I see her right there. Is it is going to be a goal for the wheel spin. And this next wheel spin is definitely going to be 2 games again, and I'm brain farting, and another drinking stream. Whenever it gets completed, this is not like a major rush or anything. But after this one, it will go back down to hey, buddy. How? Quit throwing protractors at me. Ow, bitch. Double protractors. Bitch. Alright, where the fuck is... Oh, Jesus. Why is the patch so fucking huge? Where is it? Here it is. Nice.
We can still save more.
Oh man, that's not very impressive amounts. Give me that. But yeah, it's just like one of those things is it's the changing with the schedule over time was effectively lost like half of the major support that we built over a couple years. Would not eat a crunch wrap. Didn't we agree that we were getting Annabella Chalupa? No, it was a Mexican pizza. Annabelle's was a Mexican pizza. The bus is running. Huh. Okay, so wait, we did that side mission. I need to stay on track. We need to do these side missions and then we'll go do more stuff. I want to keep it moving. I want to get through this game today. You weren't here before, buddy. Oh, God damn it.
Left himself wide open.
Give your fucking hand down.
Did the party just get bigger?
That's the secret, Seth. Hate to be the bearer of bad news.
And stay down.
Stop doing that shit. Come here. Okay. We done?
Good moves there, kid.
Thank you. Jesus. I really do hate when they do. Wait. I can't climb this pipe, can I? Oh no, that would have been cool if I could climb the pipe. Okay, what the fuck were we doing? Mission, side mission, that's right. Hi, Tingu. Okay. This is gonna be another office building one. Needy! Alright, what do you got?
Spiritual. What's that mean?
Spiritual?
Did you hear that? The voice of a guardian angel. Wow, so spiritual.
I'm not sure.
Oh
I'd
God, it's a
call him
Christian.
guardian angel.
Anyway, I'm Osarazana Rami, the occult content creator. I'm sure you've heard of
Wait, we're already getting to the next ad
No.
break? What the fuck? Oh, that's
Fear
right, we started
Mountain?
late.
That's your real name?
me.
Jesus.
No matter. I've got a favor to ask you to.
This is my problem with yapping constantly.
The problem is, my apartment's gotten to be really spiritual. Too spiritual.
That sounds like it's
Could you do
haunted.
something about it for me?
Too spiritual? I sure don't like the sound of that.
Oh wait, I think I
I've
know
got a
this
bad
one.
feeling about this.
Once you take care of it, I promise to pass on. Deal.
All right. I guess
Vasectomization?
it might
What?
be worth looking into.
Oh goodness. Why are you so far away? Okay. Here, we'll grab this and then we'll deposit our spirits and spend some experience points. And then we'll go inside. The subway. That's what somebody was talking about earlier, Carrie. That's what somebody was talking about earlier. We love our Yapper ringleader. I mean, that's true, but it's harder to do full Yap streams for me. Plus, I get tuckered out, and we're so behind on games right now.
Nice. Another upgrade to the facilities.
Hey,
Facilities. talking about him like he's the fucking like bathroom or something. Ooh, nah,
you're
it's
not
fine.
renting a room in there.
Oh, hi. I still keep thinking of Chie and Yukiko every time I see that pair. I saw that office, man. Where did you go? There you are.
How's this?
Okay. Okay, it's explore. What's your pleasure? What's your fear? B, thank you for gifting us something to carry. Holy shit, dude.
This talisman is upside down.
Whoops the daisies. I'm guessing that means it attracted spirits.
I can already. What was she trying to do?
What in the sweet
Some
fuck,
kind
dude?
of weird aromatherapy?
Why do the candles look like that? Why do the candles have nipples? Okay, this bathroom's kind of snazzy compared to other bathrooms.
What's a straw doll doing here?
Maybe because it's spiritual?
535?
They say keeping your plumbing areas clean is good feng shui.
What's
I
the
don't
axe
think
for?
cleanliness is the issue here.
I've never seen such an enormous straw doll before.
Might as well put the thing up in a field. It's a scarecrow.
The
Use
chains.
spectral vision. See if anything comes up.
Oh, that's not gonna be good. I don't know if I want to do that.
This feels like a spiritual closet to me.
Oh god, the
I can see
candle
this
hats.
attracting some weirdos. Sure.
The robe. Oh, good lord.
Guess she streamed from this creepy room.
What's wrong with people these days?
I think she's just... Is she making cursed dolls?
Magic ones, more like. She never said anything about curses.
Right. She's all about being spiritual.
Spiritual. Oh.
I feel such comfort.
It's using it as a body pillow.
Okay.
Now watch and learn.
I guess. Certified yapper struggling to yap while yapping 1+ hour each stream. Somehow we never get to the real deep yaps either. What do you mean real deep yaps? This thing is, like I said, we're really behind on games right now. Like, I don't think we're actually going to end up finishing this game today. Find and purge the hidden specters.
I am the guardian of this
Oh my god.
closet.
Sacred closet, you say?
Without me, it shall become a hive for insects.
Should we be worried?
Nah, just a specter. Purge him.
Okay, but how did we come to that conclusion? The Maranzaki soon? No. Again, too niche. Too niche for now. Although I may talk to Biggles about getting, I feel like the bathroom's gonna be something. Because there's another doll. Oh!
I just love a nice candlelit bath.
If candles are what you're after, go hang out in a cemetery.
Huh. Also, ad break's about to start. Okay, let's do a quick pause here. I feel like there's gonna be probably one in the kitchen and one on that desk, but let's do this real quick. More merch. I'm waiting on my hoodie. Wait, did you ordered the hoodie, right? All right, I did tell you it may take a while for it to be done. Yeah, unfortunately, their stuff is good, but they have like a very long backlog, so it takes them a while to ship stuff out. Buddhist textiles have body pillows. Oh my god. It's a force even I can't convince. It's fine. It's fine. Because I'm pretty sure VT Horizon has started, has mouse pads on it. Right? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure they started making mouse pads. Let me see. Who would have a mouse pad? Hora? I think, did Hora get a mouse pad that's his belly? I don't remember. I think we were just talking about it. Now he has a pin that's his belly. Okay. All right. No. Maybe it was just in the... Oh, that's a good fucking bottle. Holy shit. Sorry, I just saw Orikana's water bottle, the monster water bottle. That's good shit. God damn. Hold on, I need to send it to Biggles. In the case of yelling at Biggles at how cool this is. Oh, it didn't actually copy the image. Why aren't you copying the image? Fine, I'll do it the annoying way. Okay. Got your numbers mixed up. Rip. Rip. Okay, Rama does have a mouse pad. Okay, so they can make mouse pads. That's good to know. Jesus. Posters from starting at around $6. That's actually pretty good. That's not bad. That's good to know for future poster stuff. Okay, so they have been making mouse pads. That's good to know. Like the one from Ubu Markets? Yes. Forgot to message them. Damn it. Thing is, because we've had so few sales, I don't think they're going to let me try to add additional items, even if it uses the art that they themselves used an in-house artist for. All right, sorry, I was putting on chapstick. All right, game. Oh, you did fail. Rip. Rip. All right, chat, go get the razor. It's time to shave Sunstar. Okie dokie. Okay. And Biggles immediately replied to me. All right, let's go back here. Find these other spirits. You? It's not you. It's you. You. What? You.
Feels like we're being watched from the veranda.
I know it's.
I want to live here.
This place really attracts creeps.
I'm guessing that's what the upside down
I'm gonna use your body.
talisman did. I play because they buy the merch.
Looks like we exorcised all of them.
Guess
Speak to the
place was
content
so
creator.
Spiritual that it attracted specters.
Okay, probably should take that talisman down, though. I guess we're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna leave it for spirits to come running back in since we got rid of all the old ones. Hello, snack. Mine.
We've got your apartment back under control now.
Talking to us right now? Am I that much of a content creator? I just post
Place is a
VODs right
freak
now.
show to begin with.
I don't really, still don't feel like I make content.
More spiritual.
Nope. It all backfired. Trust me.
Hey, at least I'm not an
Anyway,
influencer.
problem solved.
God
Case
forbid if I ever become an influencer,
to
chat,
pass
you should
on
all
or what?
shoot me in the parking lot.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Streaming's content, bitch, you're funny. I am funny. I'm hilarious. Please and thank you.
Later? She isn't planning on coming back, is she?
She's no better than those specters we purged.
Okay. Oh, 500. That's all. Okay. Oh, wait a second. We missed something. What did we miss? Is it right there? Is it like on the ground? Oh, a picture.
What's this?
Haunting photo captures supernatural phenomena invisible to the naked eye. What? In 95? Some sort of unexplained phenomenon. Either way, the important thing to realize, the film might be able to capture that which exists beyond human perception. 1970 saw a wave of paranormal photography that culminated in the publication of an entire book of paranormal photographs. Some believe engaging in this pursuit poses a real threat to the health of those taking these sorts of photos. I don't see anything, dude. Stew, and I bet you love it. Is it gumbo? Is it gumbo? All right, let's go to the other shrines. Yoink. I would like to go up. Fuck it. We'll take this Tingo. Oh, hey. Oh, that's the purple one. The pink one, whatever you want to call it. Oh boy.
The fog this thing is spitting out
Portal.
must have connected it to the underworld. This way leads to the underworld. Once we're in, it won't be easy getting out.
All right, we're going to hell, chance. It's Africa meets... Ooh, that
Got
does
more
sound
guts
good.
than I gave you credit for.
That does sound good. You were right. I'm writing that one down. Wait, what was that? I mean, Marin, if you wanted, you could trim the front gap stream and breaks and upload those as Let's Plays. Thing is, like, normal Let's Plays are not that fun and they don't do that well. Hi, guys. Now, I do remember one part in here that I'm not even slightly excited for. I will take those, though. And if I remember right... There's two of them. Die. Die. Ow. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's fine. Didn't I see food over here somewhere? Okay. Anything else? Food there. Can't pick you up. Yeah, we'll use that. Hi, Nitro. How are you doing? Cleanse the Tory gates. It doesn't need to be high, it just needs to be.
You think this cleared the fog outside?
Let's have to check and see for ourselves.
Oh, true sensor. I know that.
Assuming you didn't want to relax here.
Oh, there it is. That's what I saw. It was the teeth that I'm also full on. Okay. There you go.
Well,
I knew it.
Looks like we're stuck here for now.
You don't have to fight everything. Just focus on getting out.
Oh, fuck. Yoink. Okay. What's my favorite element? Wind. Wind is much better in this game. Is that it? Exit? Okay, I can't just exit. It just wasn't visible. Shrimp Wire Tokyo? Yes, we are the shrimp.
Getting out of the underworld sure isn't easy.
Hell
Be
yeah.
proud. People don't usually get to leave. Akito, there's something next to the Torii gate. Don't forget to grab it.
There is? Next to? Oh well. Alright, that green dot that was guiding me towards another skill thing, I knew it is. Oh, come on!
Now, let's do it.
Great. More guests.
Party crashers. They're the worst.
Cease and desist. At least there's nothing particularly horrifying here. Go on, get up. Controversial. Never mind, not the controversial one at a time strats. Oh, it's a Rage Walker. Okay. That's fine. Are we good?
Smooth work there.
Thank you.
We have to find the
Let me
others
see.
out there.
I am gonna have to go upstairs in a second to get this corruption. It's fine though, there's the Tinker right there. Yoink! Okay. Shrimps is bugs? No, bugs is shrimps. Evolutionarily, bugs is shrimps. Okay, where was the thing I was looking for? It's like below me? Oh boy. Oh boy! Random apartments. Hello? Snack. Snack I can't pick up. KK files. The red cloth. Ooh!
I remember her. That lady who was snoring. She turned into a spirit.
Oh. Nothing else? Who's get back to me? Hey, maybe you should stop chasing those weird stories and go back to writing normal articles again. It's not like you've ever going to hit it big with these things. What year do you think we're living in? Come on, paranormal phenomena? Seriously? Just think about it. Get back in touch with me before your career goes so off track there's no coming back from it. What do you mean you're banning sleep? You're banning beds. You can't do that. Beds are fantastic. All right, give me this cat snack. Okay. Fuck. All right, what are you selling?
Wonder if they've got any.
Okonomiyaki. Awesome. Awesome. Delicious. Delicious.
All stocked up now.
All right, buddy. Where's the better dog?
He's my best friend in the world. And he's no ordinary dog.
Might take a minute, but I can find them. Oh, floor or couch? What do you mean?
Could have something to do with our troublemakers. This guy's not just messing with us.
Do you mean bots like the, oh, what was it? The, well, like Kofi bots? Not the Barker. What are some of the other ones? The bots that I actually use? Or do you mean the bots that are like those really annoying, like chat sitter ones that like Twitch knows are bots so they don't count towards anything? Is that are those the ones you're talking about? Because there was a time we were doing that. Oh, this way. Coming. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me! Anyway. Hey, buddy.
This one just seems like a normal dog.
Then leave it. Let's move.
Are you a normal dog?
This one just seems like a normal dog.
Damn it.
Then leave it. Let's move. I'm sensing visitors. Violent ones. Keep your guard up.
What do you mean by that?
do.
What do you mean by that? Aren't they all violence? The big beef? Oh, wait a second. I remember this mission.
You gotta help me. My brother's gone crazy. He thinks I'm a dog, and he keeps me tied up.
Guess this is our lost dog.
Please,
The Council of
set me
Cats?
free. He's coming. I can feel it.
We'd better let him go. We can't just take him back.
Agreed.
What are you doing to my dog? Get your hands off him.
There it is. Uh-oh. Oh my god.
Where do they keep coming from?
4! Line him up, knock him down.
Feeling good.
Okay.
Good work. Now to deal with him.
4 Rage Walkers? Really? Have you seen kittens hiccup? Yes, the little squeaks.
Live as my brother's dog anymore.
You talking about the fishing game? Okay.
What kind of person treats his own brother like a dog?
The opposite of one like you. Trying to save your sister.
Well, I hope I'm at least better than that guy.
Okay. Next. Wasn't there another one down here? There it is. Bloodthirsty Blossoms. Why are y'all just here?
Feels like you're itching to fight, KK.
You can tell? You're on to something.
Here for the spirits. Give me the spirits. Ooh. Oh, hi. Oh, also,
Do you hear a Warashi? It has to be in a house somewhere. Just have to find it.
all right. Where's the blood umbrella dude? Come on, buddy. There you are. Oh, fuck no.
Come at me then.
Ow, 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 ow.
This is the wrong way.
I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I thought the invisible guys were my least favorite, but it's definitely this guy. Oh, hi.
We're close. The Zashiki Warashi must be in a house nearby.
Ow.
Maybe it's
Oh,
time.
I clicked the wrong key. Curse you, alt button being right next to the fucking
I'll take
heal
that.
button.
Leave it to a pro. I'll handle this.
Oh, it didn't take it. Darn it. All right, fine. We'll go get the kid real quick. She's like right here, probably. Hello?
The Zashiki Warashi must be in this house.
Oh, I'm so glad you
Wave
learned
said
your
it'll
place,
appear
chat.
If we put some shio senbei in a blue dish.
Blu-rays, Zombomb. Tango Works. Kitchen timer. Oh. Blue dish. Spooky action at a distance article. Oh, there's the bowl. All right, hold on. But what's up here? Hello.
Oh,
Car.
what's this?
Well, minivan. Don't mind if I do. All right.
That's weird. I hear the voice.
The schoolgirl uniform.
Pretty cute, Senbei.
They're so cute. Okay.
You're getting into yokai too, huh?
I'm not sure I'd put it that way.
That was a child, KK. We are not going to be pushing that envelope here. Give me that.
He must be getting
Okay.
nervous by now.
Do this side mission, and then we can go back to the main mission. Oh, it's another curse tree. Okay.
More red cherry blossoms. Tree's corrupted.
Well, look at you. All right, fight time.
Figured this would happen. Bring it.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh, hi. Fuck you, burn! I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Oh, fuck me, dude. Ow. Oh my god. I have the wrong fucking like items. Where is it? I need 80. Where's the fattest? I guess this is the fattest. Okay. 70 for coffee. Okay, she's down.
We did it. The tree still needs cleansing.
I'm on it, I'm on it. Calm yourself, calm yourself. Okay.
That's a sight to behold. Wow.
Wait, does that say Sugar is now in third place with over
Wish I
20,000
could show
points?
this
God
to
damn.
Mari.
1,500 spirits. Oh boy. Okay. Now we'll go do the mission. I don't actually need to mark that one. Oh, god damn it. Never mind, we'll go do that. Go do that first. Gotta clear the map. Trouble's getting 20k skill issue all around. Damn. Oh, geez, there we go. Oh, there's a melon here. Yoink. Oh, I see your Rage Walker. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the roof. Oh, maybe I will. All right, that's fine.
Hey, watch it.
Watching it. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me!
They haven't seen us. Let's do it.
Oh, fuck. Stick it, baby, stick it, baby, stick it, baby, stick it. I think I got canceled. Ow. I am lagging. Hi, buddy. Oh my god. The lag! The lag! I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Okay, that's fine. Now let me get these fucking souls.
You're getting the hang of it.
Am I? We're just getting to the point where I got the hang of it. Nothing more. Check out, I'm putting in 5,000 yen today. There's got to be buy me some luck. No way you're going to turn me down now. Oh, no. I don't know. Something tells me that it didn't work out. Oh, God, there's another point thing. Nourishment. Okay, hold on. That was this way. Oh, come on.
That looks pretty bad. Think the people caught in it'll be okay?
Well, all we can
Yoink.
do is hope. It's just graffiti.
Guess they left it up because it's
I
cute.
hate walking around this place alone at night. I need to walk through the shopping arcade to get home. But the tapper comes out when people walk
Is this
here
going to be
alone
an
at night.
escort mission?
The tapper?
An invisible creature that walks around leaving footprints. With every step you hear a tap, tap.
Think it could have something to do with our guy?
It's possible.
I don't think
and
so.
give the
I think it's
place a
going to be one of
once-over.
the big fat invisible dudes. Okay, but hold on. Where is the... I need to go find this file. Oh, come on!
All right! Did the party just get bigger?
That's the secret shot. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh, thank God, that was it.
Beat.
That was a close shave.
Rap, tap, tap. Oh, no. You'll let me in, little piggy.
Look, footprints. Something's off. We got footprints, but I'm not sensing anything.
Where
Wait,
do
is that
you
a-
think they lead?
All
We're
the
gonna
way up
find
there?
out.
That's where the main mission's taking me. Okay, it definitely is. Never mind. We'll go do this first. Hup. Footprints. All right, fine. Hi, boys. I love these little shopping centers so much. Why is it not? Oh, because I knocked her behind the sign.
Guess we're going up.
Great. Great. Fantastic. Okay, okay, okay. Wait. Oh no, it dropped down here. All right, what are you gonna end up being? Fee. Hi, Scrimpin. Fee. Scrimpin ain't easy, baby. Don't I know it? Oh!
Whoa! Some kind of entrance? Is it safe to go in there?
We have to. Keep following the tapper.
Okay, that's like the first portal we've seen like that, though.
And here we are.
Oh.
Lost in wherever this is.
Vivo, I don't know.
Looks like the tapper went further ahead. Guess we gotta glide.
Dude, that's so rude. Nothing actually back here. Doesn't seem like it. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, it's a Monday. Hey, yo, is this Control 2? Have we reached Control 2 yet? What's in here? Oh, hey. Hello? Just one little ghost dude. Oh, of course. Okay, then. Yeah, it seems like my Tingo's not gonna work in here. Oh. Sorry, little dude. Oh, in the fuck? Do you get there? Oh god, I don't remember struggling with this one before. Had to have found a way. Somewhere there, it looks like. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, son of a bitch. I hate the like gliding mechanic sometimes because it has like a momentum to it.
And here we are.
So because
Lost in wherever this
oh,
is.
son of a fucking bitch, you're joking.
Looks like the tapper went further ahead. Guess we gotta glide.
Well, it doesn't seem helpful. Okay. How do I get there?
Wonder if this elevator works.
Oh, the elevator? Oh my god, why didn't you say? I'm pretty sure he did not say that before. Right? He did not say anything about the elevator. Five, 6. The numbers are on top of the door. That's cute.
Maybe we can use that platform to get across.
Okay, across the where? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, that's actually exactly where I have to go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Totally didn't sweat that one out. Oh. I see. Glass floor, eh? Oh, and then we find one of the water zones. All right. Here's corruption. Oh, that was it?
That kid looks like some kind of husk. The tapper must have business with him.
How can you tell he's a husk? It looks like the normal person. Oh. Or the tapper is his spirit. Sort of.
Me back in my own body.
Define body.
Tapper, huh?
That's what people called me. Yeah. I just wanted to get back to my own body.
As opposed to the glass ceiling. Ugh.
I've been looking for it for a while, ever since you got dragged into that big hole. But when I finally
Honestly,
found
Baron
it,
said some good stuff that just never got quoted. Real shame, to be honest. Why are you
I can
crying?
relate. I'm hitching a ride myself.
Elevator.
stinks.
Elevator.
I hope you find your body too. Thank you for helping me.
Ignores chat suggestions. Y'all can make the quotes. Y'all are the ones that are supposed to make the quotes. All right, am I gonna get blinded? No, it's just gonna go. Okay, bye, strange,
Now let's
horrifying
close
portal.
that hole for good.
Oh god, he's doing the lecture thing at the distance. I can hear it. Oh,
You know, when I think about that kid's story, that rift could have just pulled me in by myself.
Yeah, good thing I wasn't left all alone.
Your concern for
Okay.
me is touching.
oh wait. Collectibles, they're important.
Oh, vagrant soul!
I don't know, buddy. You sound a little bit desperate. I don't know if that's gonna work out for you.
I'm glad we could save them.
Oh, was this in the gas station? As soon as I steal all their money. Of course it is. Hey guys. Oh, she's right next to me. Whew. Like, where'd she go? Oh, it's in the garage. 145 yen for gas? That's crazy.
Hey, I think you're strong enough for a new skill. I'll let you decide what
Would you
to go
lit
for.
jet? What is this? Ooh, self-defense weapon carried by members of Japanese police organizations during the Edo period. Okay. All right, where's the other one? You. That's less than $1.50. Oh, it's the invisible fucker. Fuck that shit. Oh! God damn it. That still hit me. Oh, they're spawning around me.
What's this?
Oh, it's one of the wooden figures of the neck lady. Okay. You using Discord? We have a Discord! Exclamation mark Discord. And we sometimes do stuff in it. Sometimes, although y'all seemingly want to do the drinking game nights on stream instead, which I'm kind of fine with. That was really fun when we did it on Friday. So I'm gonna head back towards the main objective. I have to find the nearest phone because we've got a lot of spirits. And then we'll do the level up, methinks. Okay, is there a nearby phone? Okay, there's one on the corner. The movie night this weekend. Wait, what was that shimmer? Hold on, there's another spirit right here. Okay, another movie night this weekend? Yeah, what was one of the movies a couple weeks ago that I said I wanted to watch? I mean, that's unless y'all surprisingly, in upstate New York, Fit has finally hit the Shan. Oh my god. Oh, what was the... Forgot where I was going. Oh, the movie. Oh, what was the movie I wanted to watch? Oh, that you're right. It was the CGI movies.
Ever diligent, I see.
Hi, Ed.
I'll need to do my part as well.
We probably won't watch all of them. We'll probably either only watch one or two. I don't know how long they each are. All right. Well, look at you. Who was that? Zombie Goat, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
All right. Let's scope out the area.
Gotta find that stuff for the bike.
Means we're probably gonna have to go inside, doesn't it? View from above. Oh, that's that sound. I was like, what the fuck is that noise? I just want to grab these spirits. What is that? Oh, it's the cake. It's the journal. Giant Bozu. Still disgusting. I hate them. I hate them so much. They can die. Die. 80 points. 80 points. Ooh. Yeah, let's get these two because they're both 40. Get the most expensive shit right now. This also is the final upgrade. All right.
Hey, you're getting a little better.
What does it look like now? Oh, it's still the big orb. What does air look like? Swirly. All right. Going inside? No. Oh, here. Oh, it was, they wanted the observation thing. Of course they did.
So, gasoline, a turbine wheel.
You into high-interest loans or something?
Ew.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Oh, hello.
Hey, nice car. Bet we could liberate a turbine wheel from it.
Probably some gas, too.
Okay, is that what we needed? Anything else? Can I look into the horizon? Oh,
Wow. I can't believe we climbed that.
is this a real building? Does anybody know if this is a real building? Because it's gigantic. Oh,
Something different about that Torii gate. Let's go check it out.
I think that was one that we already did. So this game doesn't anticipate you.
Okay,
Wait,
we know.
or does it? No, we did do that one already. Huh.
Where to go? Up to you to get us there.
Great, makes me sound like a chauffeur.
Oh, wait, no, that's a special Torii gate. All right, we'll go get the car first. There's corruption down there.
So where do we start?
Huh? Wherever you like. At the end of the day,
Fuck you.
all roads will lead to one way or the other. Left themselves wide open.
Oh, I didn't attack him. It didn't do the quick purge. Okay. That worked out. Just these two? Okay then. Chat knows the Discord's for them too. Does chat. You'll seem scared to be in the
We got a
Discord
spare
most of the
gas
time.
can.
Good night, Tuka. Sleep well. Hi, Kovos. How are you doing?
This turbine wheel's useless. The shape's all wrong.
No.
It won't work?
Damn it, Rinko. Why'd you have to use parts nobody can replace?
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Hey, look!
Oh, it's the night parade. Uh-oh. You're fucking joking. They took my fucking boy! Oh, I'm blind in one eye.
KK! Where are you? KK!
Hi, buddy.
Goddamn things. Akito, do something already!
I'll try. I'll get rid of them.
Got some more company!
Wait, how did that miss?
Yeah. Out of arrows. Better find some more.
Akito! More incoming!
Ow.
Yeah! Good one! Pretty good.
They just keep coming.
massive big guy. Woo.
How's that?
Quit throwing stools at me. You know, I probably should have actually swapped to using the archery charms.
I think that's the last of them. I've got to get over to KK.
Not after I take this watermelon. Watermelon.
That was impressive. You handled yourself well.
Thanks.
Never realized just how safe it feels in here.
Yeah. I
Safe.
know what you mean.
Okay. Suggest me movie ideas. I have Netflix, Disney, and more. Let's watch a movie together. Ooh. But yeah, y'all are
Still
always
need
welcome
find
to
that
start.
turbine wheel.
Let's gather up the other stuff first.
Okay. Where am I going for that stuff, though? I guess that way. We're also about to have the ad break again, which feels... Oh, hold on. There's something in here. Hello.
Oh. What's this?
Oh, it's the monkey thing. Ew. Ew. Oh. Okay. I guess. All right, so I guess we're going to that thing. Whoops. All right, we'll pause it here real quick. We'll do the ad break. I'm going to go nibble on something really quick, and we will be back in just a couple minutes, chat. I will show you shortly. Don't burn anything down. Actually, I take that back. Beef is allowed to burn something down. Everybody else is on probation. I was the only... Actually, Beef did it last week. Faber, you get to burn something down. Have fun, kids. All right. No! God damn it. I was like, I made it just in time. Thank God Sunstar didn't start another round. Well then. Well then. What the fuck is a kilometer? All right then. I guess we're playing the waiting game, or I could just turn off the game. I'm not this scared. Oh no. All right, we'll wait our way through this. You gotta be playing the game though. And I gotta pick my teeth a little bit because I got hot chips stuck in my teeth. Oh my goodness. Palestine's 58. Turkey's 31. Brazil 23. Oh shit, is 44 and 45? No, that wasn't right. There we go. Chilling. Oh well. Oh well. There's a place in France where women wear no pants. Okay, but is that like... Is that... This is important. Is that like Strike Witches, No Pants, or is that the song? This is Face Down by Halcyon. It's a cover, if I remember right. Yeah, I was gonna say, is this No Pants like Strike Witches, the anime? Or is this No Pants like they only wear skirts and dresses? In France? That doesn't sound like a very French thing to do. And if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, Strike Witches, go look up the Strike Witches anime. You'll immediately know what I'm talking about. It's kind of stupid. It's kind of stupid. Okay. Normal music. We gotta get back to doing the main mission. Oh. I was gonna ignore them for a second, but I was like, they're making a lot of noise. Why is the phone ringing?
We have to find the others out there.
Yeah.
Bet you boys are having trouble with that turbine wheel. My baby will only take parts from exotic
Yeah,
sea
Strike
plants.
Witches.
Regular parts won't cut it. But
If you don't know what Strike Witches is, go look it up and tell me your reaction. I want to know what your reaction to Strike Witches is.
I would. Let's go check it out, I guess.
Oh, god damn it.
Hate to disappoint them.
Let's shut this down.
Finish them off. What? Something else just showed up. Definitely not on our team.
You gonna... No, you're just gonna try to get it through the fence. Are we just dealing too much damage to get the wires on him?
Work there.
Guess it was. Guess it's exactly what we were doing.
She sure does sound full of herself.
Why am I just now
Probably
learning this is a
enjoying
thing? Because
watching
it's an
us
old
struggle.
anime. I say
Well,
old, but it's
you
like
are pretty funny when you struggle.
2010s, I think.
If I'm in trouble, so are you. Got it?
I only ever saw the first season because I was like, this is something else. For anybody who's not getting the context, use leg weapons to fight aliens. So think World War II against aliens, but instead of planes, they have little leg turbines, and the girls have to put their legs into the little leg turbine to fly around and shoot guns in. And for some reason, women on this fucking planet in this universe don't wear pants. And I mean like I think if I remember correctly, like the commander runs around in a swimsuit and like so many girls just run around with their cooches out and their panties. Where is this Chiso statue? I'm guessing it's going to be below me. Oh yeah, there it is. I see it. Yoink.
All right.
That one's high up. How do we even reach it?
Doubt we can get to it from here. Maybe try checking the highway.
Why would I check the highway? I can just... Apparently I can't. Apparently I could not Tengu near that. I can make it. I can make it. Ooh, barely.
Feels like something mortal eyes were never meant to see.
Another
Close to
one.
The underworld. Once we're in, you ready for the...
Yeah.
Sounds like you're all
Yeah.
set. Good.
Clothes are a prison after all. Buy the fashion or just self-wear clothes. I can't believe Marin's buying into the lies. Listen, if I didn't get cold so easily, then it would be fine. It would be fine.
Who'd you want to
Or
meet
if I
in
was
the
hotter.
afterlife?
If I was hotter, I'd be fine with walking around naked.
I'd want to see my granddad. We'd go hunting for copper together.
I guess my mom...
So much corruption. If that's right, you should be able to find that underworld oil around here. And we got company.
He's walking at me, real menacing like. Oh, I see you up there. That's... For some reason there's a bunch of money over here, I guess. Oh, okay, let's go fight the annoying retribution bitch. Is she coming all the way down here? Okay, there we go. Cold and warm, nothing better. Nah, I like my hoodies. I like my hoodies too much. Oh my god, she's still coming. Okay. Give arrows, please and thank you. Bitch. Okay. just explode? Huh? Oh, well, let me climb on top of the rocks. Oh, that means I can't get an execute on her. Okay. Where is it? Oh, Jesus, that scared me. I legitimately cannot jump that direction, apparently. Alright, you know what then? We just do it the fun way. Just do it the fun way. Hey, guess what? Bitch. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Thank you. Just fuck fighting them. Just bully them with fire. Although I have a sneaking suspicion that something is about to happen. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Couldn't make it easy, could they?
Ooh, oil.
Just gotta play their game.
Hopefully not for too long.
Okay. Get snack? Nope. Ooh. Ooh. I love when they do these effects. And there's a whole floor. Oh, it does go away. Oh, that doesn't bode well. Give me this. I knew it. Die.
How to grab the oil.
Oil. Hold on, there's snacks. There's snacks. These are important. Oh, I'm full. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They're not get on hand to go for the oil. Sounds familiar. Me, an American.
All right.
Oh, hey.
We're done here.
Where'd you come from?
Glad he's enjoying it.
Where did you come from? Gotta make sure we're topped off. Okay. Is... Hmm... Okay. Oh, that is more corruption.
The corruption's coming back.
That explains why most folks can't get back from here.
It's gonna spawn something, isn't it? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Fuck you. Get down.
Lead him already! Make a break for the exit!
Why would I do that when I can beat him? I'm stuck. Hi, ma'am. Is that a second one? That is a second one, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, maybe I should just run for the door. Get some hustle in there, Akito. Because I think I killed the other one and another one immediately spawns.
We made it. I really thought we were done for.
Yeah. The tomb doesn't open its doors lightly.
Okay. Where the fuck did we go get the turbine wheel? 300 meters! We're going here. And we'll see if we actually have any more things that we can give up to the cat. Yay, collectibles. Hey, buddy. Nope, nothing. Oh, cute. Hello?
So, was it just you and your sister on your own?
Yeah, it was.
I see. All the more reason we gotta help her then.
Yeah.
You heard that, right? It's not, I don't know why. To my mind, it sounded like it was, oh, I don't know what to call it. I don't know, it sounded kind of idly, like an idle advertisement. Gotta go back into the underground.
Why did Rinko say you'd know about that car show?
Not a clue.
Oh. That's right. This is what we ran past earlier. I don't think this will kill him, but it'll at least cut his health in half. I knew it.
Get ready, Akito.
Grabby. Ha, handsome, let me grab your titty. I don't know why I said that, but that's what came to mind when I stuck my hand in his chest.
Huh. I get it now. My boy was really into this car. I'll bet we can use this turbine wheel.
Okay, wait, what? Hands on titties, soul pure. Soul pure.
All right, that's everything. Let's head back to the safe house and fix up the bike.
All right, all right.
All flesh must one day.
I don't think you've ever mentioned your family
Daily
before.
Ninja.
Because there's nothing worth mentioning.
What does anybody
me
know what this
sometime.
one's supposed to be based off of?
I'll
Because
tell
I
you
think all
something
the
too.
convenience stores in this game
Oh,
are based off
think about it.
another chain. Odin. Purifying their souls? No, we're eradicating them because they're visitors. They're just made up of like they're basically demons. Hello? Oh, what the hell? Just keep finding side missions.
Got a new place for you to check out.
Erika again?
Yeah, it's another meeting point we set up in case things went south. Even if she couldn't meet up with Ed, it's possible she could have ended up there.
Gotcha. We'll check it out.
Thanks. Head to the roof of 429 then.
429? Wait, that's over here somewhere. There's the parades. Well, I don't think I want to go in there. Yeah, 429 right there. Can I get a tango jump, please? Pretty please, thank you. Darn it. Okay. I don't have any fire. Oh well. Hey, kids. Oh. Oh, come on! Thank you for the fan.
What this is?
Don't mind if I do. Alright. Should be something here. Oh, hey.
There she is.
We're just gonna ignore all those ghosts. I think. No! Oh. Okay.
Did she fall?
No, but she's headed somewhere. Don't lose sight of her.
Follow the psychic trail? Oh, okay. Yeah. Going. Don't fall. Oh, come on, dude! Ow! Just fell down the whole fucking building. I hate you. You know what? Wait, is the rain going? Oh my god, it's raining in reverse.
I seek nothing but salvation.
The psychic trail went to the roof of the hospital. Can't say I'm surprised she'd go for that place. Her mom was in
Okay.
the hospital a lot.
It is definitely raining in reverse. Wait, what? What do you mean? Are you saying it's the third time I've discovered it raining in reverse? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I saw that. There we go. Yes, I mean, I've played this game 3 times. It just, at some point in this game, the rain starts raining in reverse. So, like, yeah, I'm gonna notice it at some
Voice
point.
recorder.
Oh,
Ed was here too.
and it's Nuki.
Damn.
Okay, who can see me?
Erika's energy attracted them.
Hi, guys.
Good work.
Okay.
That's all of them. You better grab that voice recorder.
I'm working on its difficulty with human beings.
Another search without much to show for it. Better report back to Rinko.
Hold on, what does it say?
Erika wasn't here either. I hate to do this, but we're getting out of Shibuya while we can.
Chat, y'all still alive in your chat? Are you still alive?
We must
You hanging in there? Hi, Miss Sinclair. How are you doing?
We're like sisters.
The Miss Sinclair?
A reclusive man like myself simply cannot fathom how one forms such a bond with a complete stranger. KK put it best. You cared too much about her. So much that you ended up denying the person she really is. Humans are troublesome. It's why I prefer talking into devices such as this one. Other people are simply
Arson,
too
arson?
difficult
Oh
to deal
no.
with. Regardless of relationship, that never changes.
Okay then. Speak to Rinko, which is apparently west. Okay, I guess they're going that way. There's one specific phone we apparently have to go to. Oh, Jesus. Hi, kids. Hi, kids. Never take me live. Excuse me. Hello.
Well, that's not the face of someone with good news.
The merry-go-rounds? No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
Makes me wonder if she went straight for
This is an amalgamation of your dreams. This is a hallucination of your expectations for the stream.
Too responsible, like a
I am in fact not real.
It was dangerous. That's exactly why I didn't want her fighting.
You might be right that she went back to her father. But
I mean, isn't Ed her dad?
Meaning?
none of us really knew everything that was going on with her. Let us know if you can remember anywhere else.
Wait,
she
I
might
forget.
have gone.
I thought Ed was their dad.
I worry about her too.
And then there's Ordain with the thigh inflation. Congratulations on your thigh inflation, Ordain. Art to break Kono? If I ever need any or you want to get some. Oh, hello. I knew I heard water sounds. Okay, let's go back and do... We need to go back to the... Fuck! Never mind, we got another side mission! God damn it! That would murder him? Oh, send it to me. Or you can post it in Discord and like media share. I'm curious what it is. Yeah.
It's Rinko again.
Okay. Yuri
Mulled
arts?
it over,
No,
but I can't come up with much else.
I don't think.
The only possibility I can think of.
We don't need to up the CCV then. What do you mean up the C? Oh, you're talking about the illusion? That's fine. I'll up the illusion CCV.
There's no point in looking anymore.
Chonkla.
Thank you both for the
Chonkla.
help. I really appreciate it.
Well,
No, it's to mess with
I'll
Kono.
argue if that's how you feel. But actually,
Hey, there's a lot of
one
things that
last
could mess
place
with
I wanna
Kono.
check out. Stick around a little longer.
KK.
I'll lead the way, Akito.
Not going to Yuri. I haven't been able to afford any new arts. I hear a car horn honking. Location specified by KK. Okay, it's like this way. Down the major road. Better pick up some more pips while I'm here. Oh, it's right here. Oh, hi.
There's her psychic residue again.
This is where she told me she wanted to.
That's
learn
a different
how to fight.
outfit. There's another indicator over there. Oh, just zoomed over there. Okay, hold on a second. I want their graffiti. And this. Gimme. Thank you, Hachi.
Where are we?
This is where I taught Erika how to fight.
Okay.
I think she's got something to say.
Okay. For Yuri arts, it's the thing is y'all have been very gracious with the wheel spin thing since
inside
we've
her
added
memories?
it.
Beats me.
The
Better take
sad
a
thing
look
is
around.
I have run into every fucking financial trouble I can physically run into in the last 2 months. Those doors weren't here before.
There's something here.
Ski chain.
Probably Erika's. Let's show Rinko.
Posted did not safe for work. Oh boy. All right, hold on a second. I knew that was going to be a fight. Of course it is. Let me see what this is. Also, hold on a second. Okay, Discord is lagging too. Maybe it's my internet. I think I need to reset the modem later today. That's what I'm thinking. Because even Discord's lagging and trying to load anything. What in the hell is that? Oh, okay, there it is. All right, I'm gonna look at that after this because I don't want to click it and accidentally. I don't want to have something like that in the background during the stream.
Hey, we got company.
Come at me then!
That's gonna hurt. Hi, ma'am.
That takes care of that. Now to report back to Rinko.
Do we need to be worried about the doors? No, it's just gonna tell me, can I go to any of the doors? Nope. Nope. No, I cannot. Looks good. This is a very good game. I wish more people would play it. Unfortunately, the game company that made it already got shut down, but the IP is still floating around. This one's in Tokyo because it's in the title. But me and Chad had speculated that maybe if they made another game, it could be somewhere else.
Almost makes
Is
me
that a
feel
child?
like a decent person.
No, it's a kid sitting on the ground. It's on the other side. Oh my god, get off the bikes.
And stay down.
Okay, that's fine. Give me the things, give me the things, give me the things and stuff. All right, so now we'll go back to Rinko's shit. Schmoving, schmoving, schmoving. Give me money. Oh, god damn it. Where did you come from, dude? Oh, it's the same phone. Okay. Folklore might make a good... I think we did talk about... We said, like, Mexico City, didn't we?
Learn anything new?
Found this cat keychain.
Ghostwire Tokyo too. No!
Gave that to her. It's a device.
I think
made to
somebody was like,
respond
I want like Germany or I want
She
like
lost it somewhere.
Scandinavia somewhere. I was like, no, I want Mexico
Where'd you
City.
find it?
Mexico
She
City
came
would
to
go
me one
fucking
day.
hard.
Wanted to learn how to fight. So, I found a place where I could teach her. I found it there.
No
She
uppies,
must have
Ordain.
dropped it without knowing.
You better not start pulling a Ganon.
Guess you knew I'd object.
Ghostwire Columbus,
kept
Ohio.
saying-
Boo.
She wanted to fight alongside us. It had nothing to do with her father. She
Although
just wanted to help us. To be useful.
Ohio, I think, if I remember correctly, does have a lot of old Native American sites.
I'll always regret
So that could be interesting if instead of doing like traditional Japanese stuff, you did Native American supernatural stuff. Ooh.
Ringo,
Ooh.
Who's that?
Ringo, please don't blame yourself.
Oh my god, she's dead and she's totally dead. She krilled herself.
Protect me.
She shrimply krilled herself.
Erika, it's me who should be thanking you.
Oh my god, if I start playing this game and I have to make shrimp puns the entire time, we're all gonna be dead by the end.
Guess this means things are okay. between
Shrimple
us.
ass.
We were always close. Don't imagine that's gonna
Should have
change.
strict with the uppies? No uppies. Okay. Nothing else? Nothing else? Can I? No, I can't fast travel there. But I can't fast travel here. What are you doing, Ordain? Okay, we're going this way.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Other times where there were uppies, yes, and they got irritating. So you know what we did? We stopped doing them. Was it back this way, I think? Oh no, this was to turn on the power. Gotta run all the way through the garage. Any snacks that I can pick up? Fuck your truck. Fuck your truck. I'm obtaining more power? Sure. Sure. It's definitely not just gas. Excuse me. Alright, fix the bicycle.
Akito, let me take over for a little bit. I'll
You,
fix it.
what do you mean by that? You want to wear the shrimp suit? You gonna wear the shrimp suit? Let Ordain live in his little fantasy world. Listen, Ordain loves living in his little delusions of Tesla. All right, never mind. Carry on. Just make it money based.
right.
We know how the circus
Should be
likes
good to
money.
go.
I am very money
Charging into the
motivated.
lion's den. You ready for this?
Wait a second. What is this? Oh, okay. They were just
That's
notes.
the Rinko I know. Oh, never holds back.
Would a secondhand shop
we'll go
really
ahead and
deal
put
in
this
something
in.
like that?
Lots of things end up on their shelves. Most folks wouldn't recognize it.
Yes.
If it's that corrupted, definitely worth checking out.
And we did level up. Nope, wrong button. Wrong button. All right, let's do this. I don't think I can do anything with these except like the one. Yeah, talisman capacity. Why not? Why not? And then let's do a hard save. Because we haven't done one in a while.
Not bad.
Unfinished business. To be able to come back to Shibuya very fast. You'll still be able to come back to Shibuya via fast travel, but the following side missions become unavailable after the end 2, and after the end 3, which we did all 3 of those.
What's the holdup? Well,
Hold on, where was it? After the end 2. After the end 1. Where were we? Right, we just did 3. Where was it? Filter. Where flower? Oh, saying the side mission is the flower. Where was the other one? It was right next to something. We've cleared the whole map, right? Going around the edges to make sure. We must 100%. I'm pretty sure we did all 3 because we did the other one. I was like, oh, there's another one already over here. Is this? And there's 3. Okay, we did them. We did
better safe
them.
than sorry, I guess. Let's get anything we need.
We've done all the side missions. We've done all the side missions. There's a carnival near me for the next couple weeks. Ooh. Main character had relations with the character named Barba. Would she be Shrimp on the Barbie? Shut up, Patrick. I changed my outfit again. Damn it. It's because of the cinematic cutscenes.
All right, let's roll.
Let's.
Good lord. All right, we're going into the mist, kids.
Hey, don't stop!
Why do his powers do that? Ooh. I have complaints. Nailed it. Nailed it. Good hits. Got quite the bike upgrade. Yeah. It's too bad we drove it for like 5 minutes. Huh?
We've come this far. We're not leaving empty-handed.
Damn right. I'm taking back Mari.
All right then. Okay, no, we're still shrimp. Shrimple as. Ooh, sparkle. Is this the sky tree? Or this is Tokyo Tower. Okay. I was gonna say this isn't the sky tree. The Tokyo Tower was the tallest fixture in Tokyo for the longest time, but now it's the Tokyo Sky Tree. Somebody's sitting there. Laptop. Record left behind by certain scientists discussing research. Found 999.
Is that?
Oh, it's Rinko. Covered way too much of the screen. Oh no. Oh, she's sparkling. What the fuck are those shoes? What the fuck are those shoes? None of y'all better fucking behave.
But thanks to you two.
Y'all better behave with those feet out.
You're taking off.
I have to. Got nothing left keeping me here. Sorry I couldn't stick around. Till the end.
It's all right.
I think this is part of the ending to do with doing all 3 of the in the end missions.
I can't quite bring myself to believe in the afterlife.
What is this camera angle?
After all, if it were real, people would be happy to embrace death.
Hi, Trigger. How are you doing?
Live. Embrace your life.
We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to Beef, stop talking about it. We're not going to talk about the shoes anymore. Don't look at them. I'm sure they're not going to Hideo Kojima us again. Wait, why are her clothes actually there?
Let's go.
That, I have questions. I have several questions. I can look at her phone. It was all my fault. I'm so sorry, everyone. Giraffe! Oh man.
Erika was what was keeping Rinko chained to this world.
I knew it.
Now
Okay,
that
so it
things
was
are
because we
settled,
did do the side mission.
can't
Wait a
move
second.
on.
Is that gonna happen to you too?
Probably.
I'm grabbing these that are easy to get, and I didn't grab the one that was way... Ooh. Ooh, the sky effect, though. That's fucking sick. Okay. Watermelon. Ooh. Shrimp. Shrimp as. As rock. Alright, is it the ogre dude? It's gonna be the ogre dude, isn't it? That's not the ogre one?
Didn't you say he was trying to bring his family back?
You heard him before. As far as he's concerned, bodies are just wrappers for the soul, pawns for him to use.
There's no way we can avoid fighting her?
No. Anyone in our way goes down.
Wait.
No exceptions.
Oh no. Arachnophobia warning. Man spider. Man spider. Hi. Ow.
Do this.
You don't have to beg me. I wish only for you to live.
I see the corner of their mouth. Uh-oh.
Your mother hasn't really left us. Is she blaming herself? This is to make you happy. That was his voice. Now, you must enter the vessel. It is all to make you happy.
Ow.
So wrong.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Ow.
We don't fight.
Jesus.
We can't help.
It's fine. Stay on the rock. Yeah. Yoink. It's because of how many people are afraid of them. That's definitely the reason there's so many spiders in horror games.
What the hell is this guy's endgame?
Well, yeah, it's kind of the reason they show up so often is because it's one of those things that's like, it's a safe bet to be like, this will scare a lot of people, therefore it would make the game scarier overall. Oh, we did that one on our own. Sick. I've been giving Gormix crazy time we're living in. Hey, listen, I was just doing it quick. I'm not so prepared for Huntsman.
I'm not going anywhere until we take that bastard down. No way I'm checking out before that.
Yum, 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 yum.
Want to protect your family, don't you? You're a good father.
I try.
Smack.
Once we head in, there's no turning back. Make sure you're prepared.
I mean, I don't have a lot of spirits right now. But I do have a hell of a lot of food. Kitty. What do you got, bud? Okay. This is fine because I 100% underutilize things.
All right, let's go.
Hold my hand through the spider bits, Marin. In Huntsman, that's the entire game.
Did everyone here vanish too?
Well, yeah,
Our guy's
obviously.
gotta be lurking somewhere. Let's head up.
The entire fucking, all of Tokyo disappeared.
Hurry, why won't you help me?
Sorry, what are you saying?
I'm hurrying. Ooh, cutscene. Shrimp. Shrimp?
You never even think about me at all, do you?
Bullshit.
You only ever worry about yourself.
Not even close to
You're
true.
just afraid I'll die because of you.
Chat vote? No, chat added it to the wheel and we spun the wheel on it, Beef.
I heard this.
I think it'll be fine, right? How long is Huntsman? Is that a
Probably
one-day
trying to mess
game?
with your head.
I know Observation Duty is probably gonna be pretty close to a one-day game.
Hey, now what? Akito. Akito. Let's go.
Okay. You say so. It was the voices.
Lori,
The voices are getting to me.
Really how you feel?
Don't let it rattle you. That's what the enemy wants.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Snap out of it, Akito.
Cafe or something? Bathroom. Is it a bathroom? No, that's... Oh, it's a noodle shop. Ooh. Ew. Unagi. Yeah. I miss a place that I could actually get a good amount of unagi. Every place I go to here, it's like they act like they're handing you the most gourmet shit on the planet. So the price is high and the portion is fucking tiny. Well then.
Hey, you said I was a good dad earlier.
No, burn the
Truth
waifu, no
is,
spider.
I'm not even close. I figured if
Spider
I
waifu
threw
is like
myself
lover's
into my
dream.
work,
Are you quoting
that'd be
fucking
enough to protect my family. I barely
Monster
ever even
Musume?
showed my face at home. It was like
Arachne from Monster Musume, the scene where he
Maybe
finds her and
when I
it's
bring
just
home
like it
toy
cuts
from
to
my
him with
son,
sparkle eyes.
he wasn't
Size
even
queen, thank you. Thank you very
didn't
much.
care about those supercars.
Drogomo,
anymore
yeah.
either.
KK.
But I'm not gonna run from this.
No, but Drogomos are human-shaped
no matter
spider
what.
people. Usually. They're not like Arachne that are also like driders.
So that puppet failed to even buy me some time.
Can you imagine the fact that this man just had to stack all this stuff together to make this altar
The death
thing?
of the body is a natural phenomenon. And in liberating our souls from their corporeal
But yeah, Drogomos are usually like
we are
spider women.
returned to our true forms.
Believe whatever.
But like
horse shit you want,
Arachnes
man.
are upper body woman, lower body
You
spider.
dragging innocent people. You crossed the line.
People always decry the truth when forced to face it.
Hmm.
However,
God, the
soon
fucking the
you
shrimp
too
covering
will
like
come to
half the cutscene is
understand
so funny.
how meaningless these earthly vessels truly are.
Can I get a snooze on the ad break? I think we're about to have like a big thing go on. The text wall. Not the text wall.
I have all the souls that I require. I will use them to shatter the barrier.
No spiders,
between
good
life
spiders. Spider
and
no matter
death.
how big the babs. That is fair. That is fair. But
Your
Beef, don't you want to know the
sister
statistic
will
of
be
how
the
often a
final
spider is close to you at
A
all times?
foundation
Do you want to know
for
the
a new
statistics?
age. You should be proud.
Do we tell him, Chad? Do we tell him what the average distance to a spider is per human being?
Will presage the rebirth of the world.
No, don't tell me that.
I shall create
It's me
a
holding
new
the ult.
paradise.
Holding
How
the
modest
ult.
it will be. A
1
place
meter?
where the souls of my wife and daughter will shine for all eternity.
It's about 5 feet. It's the average person has this one
just
spider
come
within
upon
5
a
feet of them at
wonderful
all
idea.
times.
I shall create
It could be in the
a
walls, it could be
paradise
under your
for this
bed, it could
girl
be
as well.
unnoticingly
Such a
scampering across
willful
your carpet
spirit
right
as
now.
hers is a rarity indeed.
Okay, but that's not a real
Perhaps she
statistic.
will
The
even
humans
lead
don't
this new
actually eat
world.
spiders in their sleep.
A new Mary for a new age. No.
Are you making a fucking Bible reference in Japan?
Enough of your delusional bullshit.
Every time I lay down, I'm on spider. No, it's not. It's
Am I
5 feet from your person. It's not like 5 feet from your feet.
Have you asked
There's a spider
her,
on your face. He's lived there your entire life. You just
why
never
are you
noticed.
so certain that her spirit wishes to return to this shell?
I mean, who knows? Question mark?
Can you imagine what your sister endures beneath these bandages?
Brain death. Nothing. She
Remaining
endures nothing.
tethered
She's
to
brain
this
dead.
body will only prolong her agony.
I'm out of water and I feel a tickle in my throat.
Hey, don't listen to his bullshit. Kill him now, or the world is done for.
Smashing face in the wall to a squash spider.
Akito, get it together.
The time
Damn,
is
that's
nigh.
visceral.
The world rests on the precipice of transformation. A new age will dawn.
I still feel like these dudes should have been giant skeletons. 100% pretty sure that those giant dudes should have been skeletons.
Not much longer now.
You are, Beef, you are in fact a spider
My dream
inside
will be
meat, inside a
made
bone.
Manifest.
Inside more meat. You are spider piloted.
Follow him!
I mean, he jumped into the mouth of the giant thing. Do we really want to go there?
You want?
Don't let him rattle you! Up! Now!
That's not Vork, Harry.
Get up or I'll ditch you for good! Is that really all you got, Akito?
Oh, Kobo Desuka? Just go read the light novel. Light novel's really good. Oh, hey, welcome back, shithead. Wait. Oh, you're the ogre. I'm pretty sure.
I can do this myself. I'll kick my own ass. Akito, you just don't get in the way. So you're scared, right? Of how she might feel. Of finding out that maybe you did all this for nothing.
Wait,
You're afraid to hear the
that's not
truth.
the spider lady, that's... Yeah, this is the ogre. This is the ogre that we fought but didn't, like, kill at the beginning of the game.
Nothing. I never even knew what my own family was thinking. That's why you need to go find
Hey,
out.
listen, I was very close to being a spider, too. I could still be a spider. We could still have 3.0 go more spidering.
I'm not stopping now.
It still is a possibility.
You with me?
I was actually considering that. You know why this model has cuffs and stuff?
I am.
Because I was gonna do a progressive,
Let's go.
basically metaphor of like
gotta
breaking
ask her
free
myself.
from the prison kind of situation.
Can't die yet.
And the end form was gonna be a huge spider. All right, I'll beat your ass again. I'll beat your ass again. I don't care. The spider. Well, no, I'm gonna let Gaz have that one. I do consider the ow.
Everything to me! There's nobody that fights harder! Does anyone ever see that? No! Not even my family!
So pathetic. It's down to him and me. I believe it's coming.
Ow.
Ready to roll.
Jesus, dude. I literally can't dodge that. No wonder. Oh! Motherfucker. Okay, he just, you just gesture at me, dude. Weirdly enough, his yell when you pull on the core is very satisfying.
I don't need them anyway. I'm just fine on my own.
Okay.
But it's different now. I got you.
Give me all those.
Yeah. You do.
Go ahead, yeah, set yourself on fire. I'm sure that'll work out.
Why even keep fighting for? I don't know.
Oh, that's not good. Get off me.
That's more reason to keep going. Can't just die.
Stupid.
That's what I hate. Through all of this. Akito, don't you
Don't keep gesturing at me like that, boss man. I'll beat your ass. I'll beat your ass. Oh, we did get it that time. Okay. Go ahead and take that. Spider frame. Spider frame. Oh, did somebody snooze the ads again? Thank you for snoozing those over in the boss
I
fight.
got this.
We'll pause after this and we'll run the ad break. Yeah. We'll after this we'll pause, we'll run the ad break, and then we'll continue.
Knew I lived fast, but I never thought I'd be offing myself.
Okay. You know what? That's a you problem, my man.
Let's move. Time for a
Y'all are
challenge.
fawning over. Goodness, y'all are fawning over Warframes in chat while we're playing this.
Let's go.
Go. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Do not eat the giant sushi. It's not real sushi. Fully can 100% get it. Does she still have the weird balloon boobs? Oh, hey, we're blue. Old broken village? Sign. I've still considered at some point, back when we were playing Warframe on stream a whole bunch. Here, I'm gonna bring this up. I was considering at one point getting like a proto frame version of myself and just like taking one of my favorite frames and then making it me. But I still just haven't had any money or anything for that and haven't really found an artist that does that. But, all right, chat, we're gonna take a commercial break. I need to run to the bathroom and refill my water. So I will give you all the music and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Later. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Don't start another one. Don't start another one. Don't start another one. Don't start another one. You won level 1, but I can definitely see that you, in fact, failed a previous level. So who did it? Who did it? Who's gonna own up to fucking it up for everyone? What do you have to say? Nothing? Okay. Okay, we'll just go back to the game. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just keep going about our business.
The abyss sure is bleak. I guess it'd be stranger if it weren't, though.
Courtyard entrance? I was the only player? I see. I see. So we execute everyone else? Is that the plan? Does that sound like an idea?
You hear that?
Sounds like...
That sounds like a likely excuse, but there are usually over 25 things that you get to match. So that sounds like a poor excuse to me. Oh, it's the hospital.
A hospital.
We'll do another checkup in 6 months. Then we can see how the 2 of you are holding up.
Someone's memories?
KK's?
Whose?
You two are holding up.
You are gonna be a big brother soon.
Oh, it's his parents. It's their parents. It's Akato and Marty's parents. I can't help game. Don't share all matches. Don't wait. What?
What a great artist you are, Mari.
You're such a good girl, cleaning up after yourself like that.
Are these my memories?
Are they ours or are they the parents? I think they're the parents' memories. Game doesn't show all matches. True.
You have any trouble at school, okay?
But that's why you gotta pick like multiple to look for. This whole area is under construction. Wait.
What's this?
The elementary school we went to.
This isn't the same school that we did the whole like side thing on, is it? I shared some of the media share of Discord. Okay, I'll check it out later. I'll go take a peek at it later. I did take a peek on my phone during the ad break at what Miss Sinclair was sending me, and it is not something I want to get. Not really something I want to get. I'm tired of having fucking artwork or getting fan art frequently that is just my character having sex, because I could not care less about that shit. It's like, okay, I have another piece of art that's my character having sex.
Isn't that your sister over there?
Yeah, so? Nah, we've got nothing to talk about.
And the shrimp costume, no! It would be funny though. It would be very funny. A PNG of it would be even funnier. Like just a cute little like chibi PNG or something. Arc kicking in? Arc? I've always been like this. Oh? You're gonna say something? Socks. Crab. Crab sunrise? No? No audio?
You're seriously overthinking this.
I am not.
Shoes?
It's Mom and Dad's anniversary.
VI plus P. The ugliest sunglasses store I've ever seen.
Feels so long ago now.
Mango Pound era is coming to a close. I mean, it never really took off, so...
Mom said not to worry about things at home. You should just do what you want.
What do you mean not worry about things at home? Are we gonna find out how her parents died? Or did they die in the fire? Are we gonna find out, like, the mom has breast cancer or something? Fuck. Shits.
Mom's just a little tired, right?
Of course she is. Don't be so negative all the time.
Yeah. And then nothing. Clean bed. A sexual manner more so as the elders being forced me at all the carnival rides? Good. Good. That's better. You can be sexy, but not be sexual. But I've had multiple people, I wouldn't say so many, I've had multiple people over like 4 years that have come to me in DMs like, I want to get fan art of you. I'm like, go ahead, get whatever you want. Like, my only limitation is like no bodily fluids except blood. Don't make the blood sexual or something like that. And blah, 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 blah. And more than half the time, eventually I get something back and I'm looking at it. I'm like, and it's sex. Neat. Cool art. Very cool art. But not something I'm going to be showing off to my friends that often. Or put it on the weekly schedule like I do with a lot of fan art.
I'm glad the weather cleared up.
I usually do try to do fan art on the weekly schedules. Good horror artist. I mean, Ash.
Look away, Akito.
AKA Zombie Guts. I did say that. What's her name? Lichlit is really good. Smog is really good. You may want to be careful. Ash can be quite expensive. I love Ash's art so much, but they are pricey. But it's also because Ash has an extremely unique art style. Laundry mats.
Mom's gonna be okay. I don't want her to go away.
Oh.
Why does everyone go away?
I think it's too late for that, Mari. I think it's a little too late. I mean, yeah, you can go, she has a website. She has a robust website where you can go check out and see if there's things that you want to get from her. And pick up that, it's still full. Hello? Grocery store.
Akito, where are you? Akito, I'm at the hospital. You need to get here now.
Odin. Ah, this is not gonna be good. Don't cry, don't cry. I couldn't tell you the exact name of the website. You'll go to her. Can I get a shout out for Ash? Zombie Guts, where the E in zombie is replaced with a 3. An orange. Oh no.
I guess.
Yeah, if you go to her page, she'll have a, I think it's like commission me or something in her about section.
Yeah.
You can find it down there. Also, if people want to commission Ash, everybody should commission Ash. But not when I actually have the money to commission Ash, because I want to be able to commission Ash someday. Someday. I do want to get like a full-blown PNG from Ash, like a little animated PNG. But that's like $400 and a long way away right now. Because I don't really have any non-goofy PNGs for 2.0.
How many more new beginnings do we need to have?
Of the Baron? Hey, listen, if you're paying Ash, I totally understand if you'd rather get stuff for yourself or something else, because it's a lot to throw. She does have lower price things, but I don't know if there's anything aside from emotes under $100. I mean, if you want to get a specific emote from Ash, you could also pay her to get an emote for the channel.
Far.
And I will at least add it to Discord for now and then to Twitch later.
You'll be okay.
A lot to throw. Dump, dump, dump.
How much farther can we go?
All right. Hello, darkness, my old friends. Take away the booty motes? No, those are goofy. Isn't this where you chucklefuck scared me in one of our really old clips? I swear, one of the funniest jump scare clips that y'all ever got was scaring me when we got to this point.
We could just hit the bottom and get it over with.
Not gone, can't keep them anymore? Okay, I'll delete all of them. All 3 of them.
At least then.
They'll be gone. I'll take them off Discord and off Twitch. Y'all can thank Sunstar.
Stop it.
Don't turn away, Akito. You wanted to hear how she felt.
No. You can thank Sunstar for this one. Sunstar said that they need to go, so they're gonna go. Oh, we're finally back under the sky tree.
Why is it only me? In all of Tokyo. In all the world. Why do I keep falling down? If I'm just I might as well jump.
Oh. Take away Sister's hammer instead and the sword. Nope, I'm sorry. The head mod has made the decision. Why are we on a mountain? Can't sprint.
Akito.
For her crimes. Oh no.
I just need to find Mari.
That's right. You have to protect her.
All right, let me take a drink of water while we're climbing.
I'm done running.
The true A Baron arc? What do you mean A Baron arc? I've been ace the entire time, you fucking dingus. Why do you say it like that? You've gone too far. Hey, Kara, can you go ahead and just like delete the dump emotes for me off Twitch? I think, can supermods do that? I think supermods can do that.
Somewhere.
Right? Oh, we're back in like the undergrounds. Oh. Does anybody actually know in like Chinese and Japanese history? Oh my god, the fucking shrimp. How often like places like this were? How frequent?
Yeah.
Like, are they real or is this just part of like Asian mythology? Part of like a fantastical past that didn't actually exist. Business manager role though, I'm not gonna give that to anybody. Don't think I would even give that to a manager. Genuinely. True, but that's because I guess to other people I made a sexy character. Because I made a sexy character. Damn, dude. That was a stone fucking door. I have no idea, Sunstar. I'm guessing in the role manager somewhere. Somewhere. Ooh. We're gonna lose our shrimp outfit, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah. Horse. Souls? That's definitely not every soul in Tokyo. Can you imagine if this game has a different ending if you rescue every single soul in Tokyo? Like all like 200,000 or whatever it was.
The wonders of the journey.
And do you think he just doesn't have any souls to do this ritual and just like, what the fuck?
I came here to talk to Mari. You're not stopping me.
Oh, and how will you do this? She has words to speak no longer.
Force lightning. Oh, what's up, shitheads? I beat your asses before, I'll do it. Why is the girl reflecting the camera? Divine punishments? Oh. Ooh. That doesn't seem like it was planned. My ass over here acting like this is a fucking a Lego Wuxia manga or something. Wuxia manhwa.
The gate to the underworld has opened.
Is that what that's supposed to be?
Now,
Yeah, but you only put like a portion of the spirits into her.
let times flow. Cease.
No? No, nothing? Ooh.
What is happening?
Oh, spider lilies. Ooh. Ha, jackass, that was right. It was divine retribution. Hey, can you spot this fool?
Is she doing this?
Yes, spider lilies are very cool flowers. I love them.
The ceremony cannot be stopped!
Rainbow bubble. Oh my goodness. The sad thing is that spider lilies are apparently like massive portents of death in Japan, but they're so pretty. Look at them.
Mari.
They're so cool looking.
Akito, thank you for coming for me.
I'm sorry.
Well, look at you. Xylo Kiva, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Is Sign of Death and why prettier? Because death doesn't have to be depressing.
It's what.
Hi, Xylo. Welcome in.
Here.
You come in right at the end of the game.
It wasn't your fault. I went back for this.
Was it the rings? Is it the parents' rings? Yep. Yep, it's the parents' wedding bands. You know, I was gonna say, to be fair, you probably could have left those rings because Japan's houses are mostly wood, paper, and such. So they don't really burn that hot. They probably would have survived the fire. Almost certainly would have survived the fire. Has been playing a shrimp for weeks. I have been playing a shrimp for weeks. We're just stuck in a cutscene where you don't get to see my beautiful shrimpiness. Shrimp penis. God damn it, why am I like this?
Mari.
And there goes the spider lilies. No, it was shrimp Enos. That doesn't sound better. Never mind.
I'm so
We have to remove those comments too? What comments?
glad I could finally tell you.
You're gonna die before you say it, aren't you? Also, what is up with your teeth? Is the kind of sexual? No. Well, unless it's... I don't think shrimp actually have penises, do they? Oh, they have an appendage, but I don't think it counts as a penis. A penis. Oh, welcome back, bud. I'll beat the shit out of you again. The underworld spit your ass back out. Oh shit, right. Here's all the specters we sent back.
I was not mistaken.
You've now like fused with your family, I guess.
The two realms connected at last. When the souls of humanity are freed from their mortal prisons, they shall be made pure. I shall finally be made one with my family again.
I don't think that's what's happening here, champ.
We will exist in eternal paradise.
Define paradise.
Unshackled from loss and sorrow.
Okay. Gonna be completely unrecognizable after the arc completes? What do you mean? We're not deleting the fucking quotes. All right. Okay, is he a giant fish? We're about to beat him as a shrimp. About to fight a fish as a shrimp to prove what the superior sea life is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a whale.
Who'd want to merge with an ass like you? Now rip it out!
Mine!
We gain nothing from partings. None can comprehend death.
Oh.
We can.
Oh, hi guys.
Night.
Merging with them is totally
Go ahead and take those. Thank you. Welcome back, big man.
Our attacks are doing nothing. Try and see if you can find a weakness.
And it's obviously the masks. Come on, look at me. Yoink!
Why do you interfere? Why? Why? I was
Because it's funny.
relieved.
Because it's funny. Hi, guys.
Your salvation.
Sorry to disappoint,
Ow.
but this body's already taken. You know, it's actually not that bad. It's all about learning to live together. Right, partner?
Right. You monster! You're just too far gone to see it!
Hi, big man. Go ahead, come on up. Nice. Easy peasy, baby. No more thigh picks. Gotta delete the second one. So I will delete the second one if that's what you're insinuating. And it'll go back into the limited time vault like all the other things. Rip Bozo. I mean, unless we do a big event again, then maybe. Oh, are these the souls? They're not blue anymore.
Trapped. Does that mean...
It does. They were only separated from their bodies.
Okay, but why did their bodies disappear? They never explained that part. If they were pulled away from their bodies, why aren't their bodies the things that are slumped on the road? Or basically all over the city instead of just clothes? Ooh. Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh. That's scary, but also kind of sad.
Dad. Mom.
I think isn't there also a thing with like, if, what was it? If like the dead come back and they're still wearing the like funerary shroud and the face mask, you should not pull up the face mask to look at the face of the dead because then they'll kill you or something like that. Or is it cursed? I can't remember if it's cursed or kill. For the safe for work circus of horrors, this is not going to be safe for work, my guy.
And Mom, June 9th. I didn't forget. Of course, I could never forget.
I was gonna say there's something about it. There's something about it in Japanese myth.
I won't keep pretending it doesn't hurt.
That's like you're not supposed to look at the face of the dead after they've been like buried, or if they like come back or something. I forget what it was. It's one of those like zombie myth things, like the is it the Philippines? Is it the Philippines that has the hopping ghost? Philippines is the one that has the hopping ghost in like a funerary shroud, right? The one that comes like hopping after you. I think it starts with a T or something. History's on Zombie Stream. It's just zombies around the world.
See you later.
Number one provider of not safe for work Dark Carnival material. Does that mean you're going to start buying commissions for not safe for work stuff?
Life.
Is that what I'm hearing? Are you going to start commissioning like murder art and stuff? Oh my god, he has hand hair. That's some attention to detail. That boy had hair on his thumb.
So you finally learned how to open
We
up.
can do that daily?
And here I thought you'd learn to be quiet.
I suppose that's
I
fair.
ask you for one last thing.
Yeah?
Talk to my wife and my boy. Tell them I never gave up. Not for a moment.
I will. I promise.
Hundreds of commissions, all OSHA violations.
Sorry to
God
dump
damn
that
it.
on ya.
What do you mean that's
I'd do
safe for
myself if I
work?
could, but I'm
That's the kind of not safe for work shit I want. I want more heinous acts and carnival mutilation. I want stuff that actually conveys the grim, dark, murdery side of the carnival. And I've not been able to afford to get art for that.
KK.
Don't get yourself possessed again, Akito. Most wraiths aren't half as charming as I am.
Yeah, you're a real charmer.
So wait, he counts
Can't
as a
get you out of my
wraith?
head. You ought to be grateful.
And then it just whisks away. Gone. Gone like the wind. Schmurder is the safest you could be in the carnival. You wish you would stay dead after my Schmurder. Dude's got to work on his goodbyes. Listen, I'm also the kind that'll make a joke out of a goodbye.
Rest in peace. KK.
Of course, Beef. I love this game. Cell phone. Oh, not cell phone. Wallet. Time to go hunt down these two people. I wouldn't be able to find them. Oh. Oh, man. DX11 for the win? Kind of. Robert Altman. Robert Altman. Why does that sound... Who is Robert Altman? Why does that name sound familiar? I think there's only one ending. I've never seen any other ending in this game. Director? Oh, he was the director? Okay. No, he's not. Kenji Kamura was the director. Famously associated with Shelley Duvall? Oh, a director. I got you. Wait, why? Why is this game devoted to him? Why? Skip credits. Tokyo Sounds. Boo, credit skipper. I'm sorry. It's fine. Do I skip this page too? Nope. Okay, fading away. Do you wish to save? Yes. All right, champ. That's it. That's the game. We have finished Ghostwire Tokyo. Maybe it's a different Robert Altman. I don't know. I genuinely have no clue. ZeniMax? Oh, it could be ZeniMax. Actually, it probably was. It probably is ZeniMax. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. But that is going to be it for today, chat. We've finished, what is this? Our second or third playthrough of Ghostwire Tokyo on stream in 4 years. Pretty sure it's been 4 years. Close to 4 years. But we need to find something to do or somebody to throw you guys at. We need to find a new shrimp game. How many horror shrimp games can there be? Oh, Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator. I kind of want to play that someday. Someday. One day. I'm looking for spooky shit. But I'm not finding many people. Maybe we go with Juzo again? What the fuck is Craven wearing? Well, I'm not watching that. I'm not sending you to Craven. He's wearing a pink dress and a tiara. What are you doing, my guy? Fairbanks is doing WoW stuff. I think we're going to go with Juzo. Juzo's the closest person that's doing something that's moderately spooky, and that's Dead by Daylight. Yeah, we're gonna go with Juzo. We're gonna go with Juzo. Is anybody having issues with like getting Twitch to load, or is that just me? Twitch has been having problems loading the last like 4 or 5 days. DVD, yep, Juzo is DVD. Dark Carnival video game with shrimp hacker bands. Oh god. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for joining the game. Thank you for riding through the whole game with me. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be finishing Resident Evil. Maybe we'll make it through the whole game. I'm pretty confident we will. But we will see. Other than that, we'll do the Brulee. We'll do Brulee. If you have the sub, please feel free to use the Molotov cocktail emote. If you don't, feel free to use the golden crime please. Crime please. But other than that, guys, I will see you tomorrow, noon CST? I think it's CST. But other than that, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for enjoying the game. Thank you for being shrimple. Thank you for enjoying this shrimple time. But other than that, have a good night. Go eat something delicious. And remember to lock your front door or I'm coming to you to pay a visit.